Happy Tuesday, everybody.
Set to go.
At the beginning, if I could add the additions of the inquiries and the engagement late submission at the beginning.
Okay, so that would be these
Yeah,
items.
I can add those.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the Economic Standing Policy Committee for Tuesday, May the 11th. Before we begin, our city clerk would like to add some things to the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll just start with a roll call first, and then
Okay.
I'll do the additions. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Present.
Mayor Spearman.
Present.
Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present, and we're getting a buzz this morning.
Yes, I hear the buzz.
Someone's mic.
I think it was when Parker popped on.
Yeah, I was
maybe.
gonna say, I think it's Ryan's.
No,
Councillor
mine's off.
Councillor Hagan.
Present.
Councillor Morrow.
Yep.
And Councillor Miyashiro.
Here.
Okay, and as the mayor mentioned, I do have some additions. Here's your copy, Mayor Spearman. I have a few proposed items to be added to the agenda for today's meeting for council's consideration. The first is 4 public engagement submissions received after April 28th, so they're not in the agenda you received last week. And these 4 submissions are to be added to item 5.1, CIP engagement results, which we will go to next. And then also, administration heard some questions from council at yesterday's meeting, and they have drafted responses on the council inquiry and administration response form to be added to the agenda so that council and the public have the responses and that they will be included in the corporate record for this meeting. So there's 3 on the following topics: Galt Garden Pickleball, Crossings Library Branch expansion and enhancement, and school usage statistics for the schools that have recently opened and received CIP funding. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. With that, just trying to establish where we start. Yesterday we looked at the omnibus motion. E7 was split out, and then right, we were going to look at the engagement. Yeah, 5.1. So we have a submission on the engagement report, and that is now available to council and the public, I believe. So it's a submission, so there's no intended presentation. So are there questions from council? I have a question, and I'm not sure who would answer. My question is, there were a significant number of people who appeared to go to the website to look at the engagement survey. Apparently over 2,000 were involved, but there seemed to be a limited number of comments on each project. Are all the comments that are provided, is that the totality of the comments? In other words, are they all included, or were the comments curated? Who could answer that question?
Mayor Spearman, based on the information that's included in the presentation, those are just a summary. There is a link, I believe, to the data that if it's not in this submission, then I will just have to double check that why it's not there, because I believe we were gonna, that is also provided as well. So I will check.
Okay, it just seemed like there were only 2 or 3 comments per project, and the way I read it, maybe I didn't. When I read through the report, we just received it late yesterday, so I didn't know if that was the entirety of the comments or if there actually were more projects on each project.
We'll get you the link to the raw data. This is just a summary of the comments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor
There were
Carlson.
more comments.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Dalton.
Just going to say, I think it's an important point to clarify the sort of process, if we could, Haley, because when I read the report that was summarized, it looks like they tried to present a range of the comments provided. There were many more comments live online when it was there, but I think in terms of clarifying that for the public too, it would be important to determine how to access those comments.
Yeah, and I think it's important that council have access to all the comments, not just a filtered group. So thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question for Ms. Helford. The 4 documents that were added today, when will they be added to the public agenda? They're not on mine, so maybe it's just me again.
That's correct. They're not yet added to the agenda. Council just added them right now by general consent. So at the end of the day, when we stop streaming and we stop the system, they'll be added then for the public. And I can get them out to council right away. I sent some out yesterday, and I'll send the 3rd one out right away.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Hey, are there any further questions on the community survey? I see none, so we can move on. Oh, motion? Okay, I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson, Capital Improvement Program Engagement Results. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Committee received the report as information. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Appreciate all the information that's been provided to council. I'd also appreciate the access to the raw data, but also a huge thank you, well, to all the work that went into this, but to all the citizens that partook to engage with council through this tool. I think in some of the reporting, it was clear that I think over 70 or 80% of the folks who did respond appreciated the work and appreciated the tool and having access to it. So thanks to everyone. I think we had 4,000 people. Just going by memory, I don't have it open. I think over 4,000 people actually took the time to look at it, and 2,000 people responded to it. So that's excellent engagement, and I appreciate it. Thank you. And unless there's anything further, I'll call for the vote.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay.
Go back to 5.6, and we were dividing the main motion.
5.6.
Right there.
Okay, Councillor Kaufman had asked that E7 be divided out. Councillor Croson had asked that all projects that had an impact on the operating budget be also divided out. Do we have a list of those?
We do not. We don't have that motion yet. So maybe she wants to detail that for us.
Okay. Councillor Croson, were you going to submit a motion which listed the projects that are to be discussed?
Yes, I didn't get a chance to bring my motion to divide forward yesterday, but I do have the numbers that I was looking at dividing to make a motion on. and I can give you that list right now if you'd like.
Yes, please.
So E10, E9, C03, C9, and C6.
Okay. Okay, so can you see that on the screen? Just confirm that that's everything you wish divided out.
Those are the 5, yes.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Motion to divide.
Councillor Kaufman? Councillor Kaufman?
Councillor Kaufman, okay, thank you. Any questions?
Can we add E11 to that? Possible, E11?
Did I miss one?
No, could we add E11 if that's a friendly?
Sure. Yeah, it doesn't have operating that I see, but
Yeah.
I have no problem adding it to the list.
Thank you.
Okay. E11's been added. Any other questions? Debate?
Oh, actually, sorry, I do have a question. I'd just like to ask Mr. Hawkins or the city manager a couple questions.
Go ahead.
With these ones before, sorry, the debate is about whether we divide. Never mind. I'll hold my debate for later. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay,
My
thank
question.
you.
Mayor Spearman, if you just give us a second, maybe we should put the names of the projects so that council knows exactly what's being divided out.
And the public, yeah, for sure.
And the public, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we're just going to allow the names of those projects to be printed alongside the project numbers.
Mayor Spearman, can I just clarify if this would be one grouping, or would these all be debated and voted on individually, these 6?
Question to the mover.
I was thinking of doing it as a group, but I am open to conversation with my colleagues regarding that.
Okay, it's being considered as a group at this stage. Any questions?
I would just want E11 to be voted on separately, just because I that's one I'm going to remove myself on, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
You should make a motion later after Council Croson's motion to divide.
Yeah. In that case, because it's specific to you, Councillor Parker,
Yeah.
I'd like to suggest that we remove that.
Okay.
And that there be a separate motion to divide for that one so that you can remove. The purpose of Councillor Croson's motion is to consider motions, resolutions which have an impact on operating expenses going forward. And the purpose of your motion is to ensure that you're not associated with a project that may indicate a conflict of interest, a personal conflict of interest. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we have the list up now. Is there any further questions?
Can you add as a group, Ryan? Just be voted on separately as a grouping? Thank you. Yeah, I know you're busy, I'm sorry.
Okay. These will be added as a grouping. Okay, any debate?
Well, I'll open it. I just think since these do have operating costs associated with them, and that would be a cost we'll be putting on to future councils, that we should debate these separately.
Okay, thank you.
Or as a group.
Any further debate from councillors? Okay, Councillor Croson, do you wish to close, or is your opening or close?
That's my opening and close. I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? So that's unanimous. Now I'm going to invite Councillor Parker to present his motion to divide.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just ask for E11 to be separated, please.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second that.
And seconded
you.
by Councillor Crowson. I think we've heard the rationale in order to prevent a potential conflict of interest. So personal request from Councillor Parker. All in favor of the motion to divide? Any opposed? That too is carried and is unanimous. Thank you. So now do we return to all of sections C, E and F, and CO, minus the divided items? And the original mover was Councillor Carlson. Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I opened yesterday before we got into the motions to divide, so I can say for closing, just to a brief reiteration, the bulk of these projects are funded through offsite levies, basic municipal transportation, pay-as-you-go transportation, or through utility rates, and so that should give some comfort to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from councillors? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Take Councillor Carlson's statement as his opening. Any debate from councillors? Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Sperman, and thank you, Councillor Carlson, bringing this resolution forward. As I mentioned yesterday, I wanted to be voting on these individually, and so for that reason, there are many of them that I do support, but not all of them, and so for that reason, I will not be supporting this resolution.
Okay, any further debate? Okay, I see none. Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. Just appreciation to our staff, our administration, and Mr. Dalton and his team for all the work that went into this, to plan for this, to do it in a thoughtful and appropriate, in my mind, way. Also, the thanks for the time that was taken over the last several months to present each of these individually to council as finance. No, we weren't finance. We were economic SPC. It's hard for me to learn new things. So we did have an opportunity to review each of these projects and question them in depth. And then the further information that we've had over time, I think was greatly appreciated. I know that these will be well appreciated in the community to maintain our community. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, thank you. Question has been called. All in favor?
Mayor, before we do the vote, the way we had it set up is any amendments to the CIP could be done now. So we could start with maybe Councillor Carlson's amendment and then get into the D amendments. Unless you want to finish this motion and then do the Ds separately as their own motion. But we had them set up as amendments to the CIP.
I'm a little confused because we had an opening, we had questions, we had debate on the motion.
Yeah, now there could be amendments, but if you want to finish this omnibus and move on to the Ds and the amendments later, we could do that as well.
Mayor Sperman, that was my intent, to move this into the CIP and then work our way through the ones that have been removed as amendments to the CIP, and then further the Ds.
Okay, so we would come back to this later.
The main motion as
No,
amended.
I was.
What?
I was.
You want to pass this now?
That was my desire to pass this now. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding,
I had the same
thought that
understanding.
this-
I was a bit surprised.
Yep, then council
Yeah.
can go ahead and do that. There's multiple ways, and this way is fine to get this passed now.
Okay, so we know that there's at least one dissenting vote, so we will have a roll call on the omnibus motion.
So the omnibus motion on the screen with the red strike-throughs deleted from it, because they'll be voted on later. And we're starting with Acting Mayor Croson,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell,
In favor.
Mayor Spearman,
In favor?
Councillor Carlson,
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman,
In favor?
Councillor Hagan,
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow,
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro,
In favor?
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
That carries 7-2.
Thank you. Okay, now do we go to the projects which have been,
So the next one would be at the end on page 5. So we'll go to number 2. It was Councillor Kaufman's E7.
okay? Okay, we're going to go to E7 at this time.
One more page.
Okay, so Councillor Carlson would move E7.
No, Ryan's getting it on the screen. So it would be the same main motion that we just passed, but it would only say E7 instead of all the other ones.
Okay,
If you go back up to this one. It's this motion, but then the project would only say E7. So, because we divided it out.
okay. Thank you. So moved by Councillor Carlson. E7, whereas there is an objective to approve a 4-year capital plan within the 10-year planning context in order that the corresponding operating costs from the approved projects be included in the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. Therefore, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Committee recommend that Council at their meeting of May 18th, 2021, approve the 2022 to 2031 capital improvement plan, including project E7. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I believe the purpose of pulling this forward was to ask some further questions on this. That was my what I intuited. So before I open, I'll just ask if there's any questions on this project.
Okay, thank you.
Kaufman.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To City Manager Designate, just wondering about the public consultation that was involved specifically on E7. Any sort of household research, open house, public offerings, things of that nature, specifically to a green waste curbside program?
Yeah, Councillor Kaufman, this was part of some substantial public engagement that was done a couple of years ago. But what I'll do is I'll ask Mr. Sanchez to speak specifically to the engagement that we had that dealt specifically with this program. And then, of course, this was part of the online engagement that we've done just recently as part of the CIP presentation. So, but yeah, I'll ask Mr. Sanchez to add additional information.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. And just to explain a little bit more what was done for this project in 2019, when we presented the implementation plan to City Council, there was a survey where we engaged Ipsos Reid to ask some questions for residents in terms of the curbside organics program. Basically, at that time was to know the interest in the program, what was the current activities that were being done, if people had a backyard composter, and what was the interest of the community to increase diversion through an organics program. This was after we implemented the recycling program in 2019. And as we have in the strategy, the next step in order to achieve the targets for 2021 and 2030 was to go forward with the implementation of the curbside organics. The results from that survey were presented to City Council, and at the time, the answer that we got is that over 70% of the residents were interested in investing more in the curbside organics program. In addition to that, as you mentioned as well, this was part of the engagement session that we recently did for the CIP program, and I believe this particular project had over 500 responses or individual responses on the website. And I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, the details. I haven't had a chance to go through the details. But a preliminary assessment that we did, over 70% of the comments were positive or in favor about this project. So again, on top of that, and even on the current master plan that we are developing, we did open houses last year. Those were virtual open houses for residents to talk about the current programs that we have and ask feedback about the programs that we have in place. And one of the topics that was top in the agenda for the residents was the curbside organics. There was some comments about the need to continue with the program in place.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. While I know, of course, that you presented to us at the SPC, I don't believe all members of the public were probably paying attention at that time. So can you just remind us what the public will see if this goes ahead next year? What will go on? What increase on their utility bill will they see? And what benefit will they get from this?
Yeah, good question. Thanks again for that question. What we are proposing with the curbside organics program, it will be we will be doing a weekly collection of organics materials during the summertime, and then during the winter, since we don't have the yard waste being generated during that period, we're going to transition to a bi-weekly collection schedule. So again, it will be basically April 1st up to the end of November will be a weekly collection. And then from December up to March 31st will be a bi-weekly. Recycling and garbage will remain on the same schedule that we have today. So that will be an alternating bi-weekly schedule for garbage and recycling. And the increase in the utility fee that is being proposed with the implementation of this project, it is $7 a month. So that will be the increase that residents will see in their utility bill in order to be able to provide the curbside organics service for the residents.
And this would cover all household waste, food waste, and all yard waste?
That's correct. The organics program is basically a food waste and yard waste program where residents will be able to put in at the curb grass, yard waste, food waste that is generating in the home. And even as if we recall, based on the past audits that we have done for the last 3 years, currently over 50% of what goes into the black cart is the organics material. So this is what we could actually achieve to divert 50% of what we landfill today. And this also will allow us to achieve the targets that we have in the waste diversion policy.
And last question, the net operating cost, is that tax funded or how would that be funded?
So the operating cost is funded through the utility fees. So part of the $7 that the residents are going to be paying for the service. It includes the depth servicing of all the equipment, the trucks, the carts, everything that is going to be procured. And it's also going to include the collection cost, processing cost, and also the marketing of the compost material once is being produced.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. With your permission, I'll just go directly to Mr. Sanchez. I believe he's the one that can answer the questions. So thank you for being here, Joel. In this program, are there any savings to current programs? I'm thinking like the fall leaf collections, the yard waste sites, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Would we see any savings from those? Or is the net savings already calculated into the $7 a month charge?
So part of the idea is that once we have the curbside program implemented, there could be additional savings, not only about the fall leaf collection. Again, that's a program that will be phased out, but we will need to implement and see how we can incorporate that into the program. But on top of that, we have been waiting for the organics, curbside organics program to be implemented, is because that will allow us to move to the next step. Once we have the organics out of the black cart, then we can look into a truly pay-as-you-throw program, where your garbage will probably, residents are not going to need the big 360 cart, so they might downsize the cart and get a smaller cart that will have additional savings on the utility bill. And on top of that, that's when we can do the rerouting exercise, the final rerouting exercise, and implement a system where we can have a difference between the bigger car where residents that want to generate more, then that will cost more. But if you are trying to divert, if you're participating in the blue, in the green, then your overall utility bill has a potential to decrease over the time for those residents that choose to go that way.
Thank you. Will it be truly pay as you throw, or will it just be based on the cart size? I've said it before, I put out my black cart once every 6 weeks, sometimes less. Or is it just going to be, no, you've got the small cart, so you pay regardless?
So it will be a transition. What we're envisioning to do is the first step will be to go on the size of the cart. And then again, right now, we don't have RFID in all the carts that we have at the curb. It's only the blue carts, and the carts that we start procuring since 2018, they do have an RFID tag. Then the all black carts, they don't have that RFID. So that is the last step we need to do when we do the life cycle and we replace those carts. Then we can actually identify where that car belongs to. And then every time we tip that cart, we could go to the next step, which is a truly pay-as-you-throw, where you do it based on how many times you set out the cart for collection.
Thank you for that. Final question for this round, and then I'll hop out, Your Worship. Is this program, if this did not pass, would there still be an ICI strategy and collection and diversion happening?
Excellent question. Yes, that's correct. The ICI waste diversion strategy is separate from the residential diversion strategy. We have been implementing the ICI strategy since 2015, and Council has been receiving the annual reports every year. So all the work that we're doing on the ICI side is separate from the residential, and it's also being separate on the tipping fee side. I mean, all the costs for the ICIs only relates to the ICI sector. They pay for that program through tipping fees, and the residential program is through the utility rates that are only geared for that sector.
And thank you for that. So none of the construction costs for like the compost facility or anything would have to be incurred to continue with our ICI strategy?
That's correct. We have a separate compost program for the ICI that is actually being built in order to move forward with the rest of the ICI strategy, and that's separate from the residential compost program that is being proposed right now.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I do have a couple others, but I see others in the queue, so I'll hop out.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you,
Your Worship. Mr. Sanchez, I just wondered, much like I'm thinking of the multifamily facilities that we have in the city, is there going to be, or is there any consideration for people who want to opt out for these organic carts?
So at this point, the program that is being presented is a program that includes single family and multifamily. There is no opting out for multifamilies, and one of the reasons we thought about the possibility of going that way. For the recycling, as council know, we have an exception program for those that want to apply for the exception and meet the criteria. And the reason that is in place is because we do have a place where residents can actually, or they have a system in place before where they could continue doing that if they choose so. For the organics, one of the issues is that there are, to our knowledge, there are limited to none multifamily buildings that are doing organics programs today, because there is no facility in town, there is no collection for that type of materials. So there is no other way for them to be able to divert the organics materials other than the yard waste that can go to the Waste and Recycling Center, and that goes to the current Class 2 compost pad. But the program that is being presented includes everybody, including multifamily. That could be a consideration if there is an opt-out for that sector, but it's not what is being presented at this point.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for those answers. A question I have, I'm not sure who can answer it, Mr. Hawkins, possibly. We have these yard waste areas throughout our community right now, and we've heard over the past few months in any presentations that a majority of the organics would be during the summertime yard waste. So obviously, these are going to be used. We're going to be less taken into obviously our yard waste facilities. Can you tell me what the difference as far is savings there, if it comes from labor, staffing, et cetera, at the yard waste areas, and what that savings would be?
Yeah, so I'll start and then I'll pass it over to Mr. Sanchez. We do expect a drop off in terms of participation, residential participation at the depots. In fact, if this program is implemented, the next step would be to reduce hours of operation there potentially, or further modify the hours, and potentially even rotate which site is operational on a given day, as opposed to having all three available in each sector of the city, 6 days, 7 days a week. So that will be a next step. In terms of the actual savings, I don't believe we've landed on a specific savings at this particular point, but I'd pass that to Mr. Sanchez.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. That's right. At this point, we have not accounted for those savings, but the opportunity, the plan with the yard waste sites is, if this product is approved, we have to see what is the reduction on the use from the residents. If I can use an analogy, on the recycling side, we have seen a reduction on the depots by probably, I will say, half of the use of those depots. And those savings were already considered into the recycling program. For the yard waste sites, the other option, as Doug mentioned, is we're going to explore different options to reduce the service at those sites. If there is not the need to have the current service, that could be either having two sites open at the time, or rotate, having one site open at the city. The other idea that we have been exploring as well is that right now, the only place to dispose of HHW, which is hazardous household waste, is at the Waste and Recycling Center. So there is an opportunity to repurpose one of the sites to have an option for residents instead of driving all the way to the landfill. Again, that will be another step to encourage the diversion of some HHW that we have seen in the black cart based on past audits. And we could have an opportunity to divert those materials. But if when is the time to do that, we will come back to council and we're going to come back with the proposal and the savings and the ideas to get approval to go ahead with that plan.
Thank you for that. So if I'm understanding correctly, that currently there's no FTE plans or expense drops, that we'll just monitor that over time. There's nothing worked into this program that we're going to be realizing savings over this time. So it's just going to be, maybe we will. Is that, or I would imagine we would over time, but that hasn't been worked into the plan as of now.
What I will say is that we will go there and review that portion once we have, if this passes and this program is implemented. The main reason why it's not factored yet is because we have to see what is the uptake and we have to see what the changes are. Once we have this in place, we will come back to council with the proposal to either do the savings or have some savings in place by closing the sites and only having some open at the same time, or two, or reduce the hours as Doug mentioned before. So we will come back to council for sure later.
And so possibly from what I just heard there, we could be closing these yard waste areas in the community then, if there's the uptake at home?
I don't think we will be closing them because, again, the curbside collection has a limitation on the size. So when people do yard waste work in their property, sometimes they have big branches that they don't fit in the car. So similarly to what happened with the recycling program, the depots are there for the excess material and those big items that they don't fit into the cart. That need will be there always for the yard waste site too. When people do big work in their yard waste sites or in their backyard, the yard waste sites will be there to take care of that opportunity and make sure we have an option for residents within city limits. So that they will still be in place, but there might be some changes that we're going to come back to council to get approval in order to offer other options for residents to dispose of other materials that currently don't have an option within city limits.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. I think it's useful to hear that the depots will stay open. I think one of the challenges for residents is that that long drive out to the recycling center is sometimes a little bit of a disincentive. So that's positive that we would complement them. So what we've heard is there won't be any benefits to residents unless they decide to reduce their large dark tub to a smaller one. So if I recall the statistics, prior to the blue bin implementation, it was about 27% recyclable products or blue bin products, about 47% organic materials, and that has gone now up to 57% with the removal of the recyclable items. So there were about 25% of what was going into the dark bins was actual garbage. So as Councillor Carlson has said, that's maybe once every 4 weeks, but that's only on average, and I understand that some families have higher waste than others. Those with young babies and others would maybe have things that aren't easily recyclable, like diapers. So that pattern would change. But for many residents, there will be a reduced utilization of our regular garbage collection process. Is there anything that they can hope for if they're actively supporting organics collection and actively supporting blue bin collection? What additional financial benefits could they get besides a reduction in the size of their dark bin?
So let me start that. As Mr. Mayor, it is our intention to actually, as we life cycle the carts, as we move to fully automate the system in terms of RFID tagging, we created the ability to have scales, weigh scales on trucks, those kinds of things, to really move to more of a pay-as-you-throw model, or a true user pay model, as opposed to the flat charges that we currently exist. So we are already making doing the investigations, doing the research, making plans in terms of cart replacements, truck replacements as things become life cycle, to position ourselves in the nearer term to provide relief for folks based on usage and adjust our rate model to allow for a true user pay system. But until we've got all of that technology in place and we've done the necessary planning and we have a really good understanding of a stable 3-stream system here, which is what we're developing, it's hard for us to predict what those rates should be at this particular stage. So the planning is underway. I would suggest once the organics piece, that's the last big puzzle in the residential waste collection, waste diversion, or diversion program that's necessary for us then to rationalize our overall cost model, our cost of service, and then to actually take advantage of the technologies out there today that can help us move to a different user pay model. So I suspect that's still 2 or 3 years away because organics is going to be new. It's going to take a year or two before folks, fully the take-up is there. They become comfortable with the 3-stream program that we have, and then put us in a position to actually do the detailed rate analysis necessary to actually modify rates away from the flat charges that you currently have and move to a true user pay. Joel, anything else to add on that?
Yeah, no, that's good, Doug. I think you summarized the plan that we have. The only thing I can add to that as well, which could be an immediate saving for most of the residents, is based on the numbers that we have today. 85% of the residents, they do have a 360 liter car. That's the biggest car that we have today. And if with the implementation of the organics, by moving that 50% of the material from the black card, residents will now have the option to downsize the car to the 240, and that will be an immediate saving of $1.72 per month that they can achieve by using the smaller car. So again, even within the first year, if council remember when we implemented the curbside recycling program, we a couple of months, I believe it was 3 months after we implemented, we opened the window for residents to change the size of the cart. If they want to upsize the black car or downsize or the blue car up and down, we are planning to do the same. So after 3 months, residents will see, well, I don't need the big car anymore. They can opt in to get a small cart, and that will give them an additional $1.72 savings per month that they can achieve within a few months after the program is implemented.
Thank you. I also read in the submission that related to that, the ICI section are within 3% of their goals. Their program has been in place now for several years. I think it began in 2017. So their rates of diversion are, and their program, as you have said, is completely separate from residential, and there's no cross-subsidization of programs. Each program is costed and funded separately. So we are satisfied with the progress that's being made from the ICI sector in terms of waste diversion and organics. Is that correct?
I will say that we are satisfied so far with the progress that we have seen on the ICI. We're coming back in a couple of weeks to Civic Works to do the annual report for the ICI. And I can tell you, we even last year we saw progress on that sector. So they are close to achieving the 2021 target. And the only way even for that sector, the next step is the mandatory or the surcharges on the organics, which is in the strategy that was approved and is what we're working towards. And with that one, we will see the target of 2030 being achieved probably sooner than what we originally anticipated. So they have done great progress on the ICI. And we plan that will continue with the next steps that we are implementing for that sector.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. And again, appreciate all the questions and responses on this one. Quick questions, I hope, through you to designates. This project is required to meet the targets that council has set, correct? Without this project, how short are we going to be from our targets?
So based on the current numbers that we have today, the targets for 2021 are 180 tons or kilograms per capita on the residential side. Based on 2020 numbers, we are in around 240 kilograms per capita. So without this program, we are not going to be able to achieve the targets that we have on the residential strategy. We are probably, if you do a quick math, again, considering that 50% of the materials that are in the black car are organics, by implementing this program, we should be able to be close to the 2030 target. We're going to be on the 150 kilograms per capita. So again, this is the only way for us to get there. Without the program, we will need to revisit the strategy and see another approach, which is the only way to get there based on the volumes is by diverting the organics materials from the black card.
Thank you. The federal government has put a big push for us to meet some of these targets. I think they've thrown some money behind it. Is there any funding available to us?
So we have explored some of the funding, and we actually did an application to funding a year and a half ago, and we didn't get the funding. They had priorities for other areas, and this was not a main priority where they were trying to achieve their targets that they have in terms of greenhouse gases and reductions in the overall. So we have tried that option, and we haven't been successful to date to get additional target. The other step that we are looking into is that this is also tied to the PCP program that council approved last year for the greenhouse gas reduction. So this project, as presented, has a reduction of greenhouse gas generation at the landfill because we are diverting the organics materials as well. So that could be another opportunity that we will explore when the time comes, not only because of achieving the PCP targets that we have, but also because of offset credits. So we will need to review which one is more applicable and decide which way we go moving forward.
And thank you, Mr. Sanchez, because that was going to be my next question, is do we see any net benefit? I know that personally, if I reduce my emissions, et cetera, I get tax credits. Do we see any of that? And I think that's what you're trying to explain, I think.
Yes, we will have the option to either, if you go for the offsets credits, that means that the greenhouse gas reduction will go to the market and we can sell those or trade those. But by doing that, we lose the opportunity to claim that reduction in our own targets that we have because we're selling the credits to somebody else to use it on our behalf. And that's what I was explaining. We will need to decide at that time which is the best way for us to move forward. Do we actually claim the credits and move towards the target that we have in greenhouse gas reduction? Or do we capture on the revenue, additional revenue that we could have by selling these credits to an oil and gas company or another company that is over the threshold and they need to reduce their limits?
Thank you for that. Final question for this round. This is an all or nothing on-off switch. If this gets approved, we're going full steam with organics. Not similar to the way we did with the Blue Cart, where we did some pilot projects to see what the uptake was and how it was going to work. There's no pilot program here at all.
So at this point, we might consider what the way the project is being presented based on the construction timeline. If the project is approved, all the design and construction will be happening during 2022, and the program should be ready to be implemented in the spring of 2023. That will be the soonest that we will be deploying the carts and doing the collection of the program. There is an opportunity that we are exploring that we could do a pilot on 2022, similar to what we did with the recycling for 1,000 homes. And again, the reason for this pilot will be to try gravity locks carts, to try technology. We do have an opportunity that we can actually process. If it's 1,000 homes, we can process that. So the opportunity is there. We could do the pilot to see and test any new technology that we need to test before we go live in 2023. But it's not like when we did the recycling, we really need to do the pilot because we need that was a brand new program for us. We haven't implemented a new program in 10 years. In this case, we have the recycling implementation happen only a couple of years ago. So we have recent experience and we know what worked well and what didn't work that well during the pilot. So those learnings are here. But there is an opportunity to do the pilot for the organics if we think is necessary, and even just to start testing a few other ideas that we have in mind.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sperman.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for all the comments and for the answers to the questions. I want to look at this a little more holistically, a little broader. What you have reported to us is about 50% of everything we throw away, so that is 50% of what goes to the landfill is organics, and this would divert it into composting. What is the cost of opening and closing a cell at the landfill? And how much longer would we extend the life of the cells we have if we go to an organics program?
Okay, so basically on a high level numbers, the cost to build a new cell, it ranges between $1.5 and $2.5 million, depending on the size of the cell. So that's the original cost to dig in the cell and to do the preparation, the liner. Then during the life of the cell, we do what we call the side liners. As we fill the landfill, we need also to extend the liner that protects the groundwater. We extend that, and typically the cost for that side liner is around $250,000 per year as we grow and as we build the landfill up. A landfill cell with the current situation that we have right now with organics going to the landfill, it typically lasts somewhere between 7 to 10 years at the most, depending on the generation. It could be as low as 5 years, or if the generation is not as big as we have seen sometimes in the past, it could go up to 10 years. So the overall life of the landfill is, we don't only need to think about the original investment, which is opening or creating the landfill, but the operations during that 10 years could be another $5 million at the end of the day. And we also don't need to forget that once we close the landfill, then we have to monitor that site for another 20 years at least, while it's generating greenhouse gases and it's generating leachate. So there is a liability that we incur on that side. With the diversion of the organics, the projection that we have is that now the cells that are lasting today 5 to 10 years, they could go to 15 years moving forward. So there will be a delay on the construction of new cells. The cells are going to be able, the landfill has a life at this point of 50 years, roughly, for the approval and the site that we have. We could see that life being extended to 75 years with the implementation of the curbside organics again. And it's not only for the residential sector, but we are also doing the same work for the ICI sector, which also contributes a large amount of organics materials to the landfill.
Thank you for that answer. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for answering our questions. Mine's about practicality. I just want to ask some questions in regards to the usage. I'm imagining when someone gets this green bin, is there an expectation that they're going to use it to put their lawn waste in regards to their lawn clippings, or is that going to be not expected, or can they use it for that reason?
So at this point, the program is designed to take, yes, grass clippings. I mean, every time the residents cut their lawn, they could put it in the green cart. Of course, our preference and our recommendation is always to leave the grass the grass clippings on the lawn, because that also promotes growing on the lawn. Is another natural fertilizer that can be there. But we have designed the program to be able to take yard waste trimmings, grass, food waste. There is a list of probably 22 materials that are accepted in the program. And the way we designed this is, again, we did a best practice benchmark with other communities and see what is acceptable into the cart. And we created this list where residents can take yard waste, everything that is coming from your yard waste, as long as it fits in the cart, it should be able to be accepted in the green cart.
And of course, that would only be so many months of the year. My second question is, I'm trying to think from a practical reason, like when people have the blue carts, they run out there, they put their cardboard, they put their plastic, they put their cans in there. When you went back to the user groups, when you did the consultation, are people going to they're going to actually separate? I can imagine taking your plate, you take off the chicken bones, and you take off this, you put it into another, and obviously you're not going to put it in a bag and then put it inside the container. It's rather you're going to be pretty much taking, for lack of a better term, table scraps and throwing it in the bin. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. So what will happen with the green cart is that we're going to provide residents with what we call a kitchen catcher. So this is a small container that they can keep in their kitchen, and there are paper bags that they are available in the market that residents can put that as a liner in the kitchen catchers, and then all the food scraps or everything that is the leftovers that are not usable anymore, they can go into this kitchen catcher and then into the paper bag, and once that's filled, that can be put into the green cart. So that's the intent. And you're right, the material has to be either loose or in paper bags, similarly to what we do today in the yard waste sites. When we ask residents to bring all the yard waste, like grass clippings, we ask residents to bring those in paper bags because that can be composted. Plastic bags are a big issue for the compost program.
Okay, and my last question, then I'll leave the queue for right now, and I thank you for your answer. If someone says to me, well, Ryan, why don't I just go get myself my own composter, put it in my backyard? Why couldn't someone just say, I'm just going to use a composter versus having, regarding, I have my own choice. If I want to do this, I can buy a composter from the city for a certain amount of money. What makes this different?
So basically, and we got that question a little bit from some people. They do own a composter today, but again, in the composter you have limitations on the size and the capacity that you can take, and you can actually the process in a backyard composter takes a little bit longer. So in reality, you're not able to fit all the material that you produce into the composter. So that's one limitation. The other limitation that we have is that, again, similarly to the recycling program, this is a universal program. By allowing the opting out of residents, that means that the fee will need to be increased for the remaining people that are participating in the program. So we want to make sure we make the convenience. Not everybody has a space in the backyard to have a backyard composter, or they don't have a backyard at all. So by having this program in place and allowing a bigger range of materials that can be composted and also the convenience of curbside pickup, we believe this is what is going to be or allowing us to be successful in the diversion strategy that we have in place.
And thank you. And can I just ask my final question for a follow-up in regards to convenience, if I may, Mr. Mayor? Obviously, we take for granted how much space we have within our garages, within our yards, regarding storing bins. People sometimes get bin fatigue. Are you getting pushback in regards to now having, for lack of a better term, another bin to have to store? Are you getting pushback in regards to the consultation process on that?
For the most part, we got a few comments about the space. That's correct. Some people were a little bit concerned about the space they have in their garage or in their houses to store the 3 carts. But again, with the implementation of the recycling, if you do the analogy, back in the day, we were feeding everything in a 360 cart. And now you have the option to downsize the cart. So instead of having the bigger carts, You could go with the 240 that will reduce the footprint that you need in your garage or in your house to store the carts. And even eventually, some people we're going to be exploring the possibility to go to 240s on all three streams. Again, that will allow residents to compensate for the space that they currently use in their garage. So it's definitely a concern from some people, but we will be working with them and many other municipalities in Alberta and in Canada. They do have a 3-cart system in place, and it's been working well for them for many years.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. A question I have is, we were talking about the yard waste stations, and then Mr. Sanchez, you were talking about as well how we divert the amount of kilograms per capita that's used. Do we have data when we set up the yard waste stations how much was diverted at that time from a citizen? So just to kind of see a continuum of how it started and with the yard waste stations, and then obviously how the projections are now. What was the change from before the yard waste stations to now? Do you have that available? And I'm sorry, I could have asked you prior for that information, but curious to know. You're muted, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you for that. Yes, we do have that data available. We track the tonnage of material that we receive in the yard waste sites, and I don't have that data in front of me, but I can tell you based on recent reviews that we have done. Typically in a year, we collect somewhere between 2,100 to 2,500 tons of yard waste at the yard waste sites during the year. That number actually was increased after the implementation of the curbside recycling. And one of the main reasons is we went on the black card collection from weekly to bi-weekly. So some residents didn't have the capacity in the black card, so they started using a little bit more the yard waste sites in order to alleviate that load that they had. So in the past, before curbside recycling, I will say the tonnage at the yard waste was between 1,500 to 2,000 at the most, and after curbside recycling, that number went up by 20%. So it went up to 2,500 tons per year. That's a constant volume that we have seen at the yard waste sites since the opening of those sites in 2015. So it's been consistent. And when again, if we go back to the math of what is in the black card today, black card typically has 20,000 tons a year. That's what we collect from the black card from the residents. If 50% of that material is organics, the potential is to divert up to 10,000 tons a year. And we're only capturing 22 to 2,500 in the yard waste sites. So again, by the implementation of the green card, the opportunity is to triple the amount of organics that we are collecting today, and that's what will allow us to achieve the diversion targets that we have.
Thank you. And my next question here, and then I will hop out. So organics, the ability for them to decompose is much greater than obviously any other product that we've got in the black bin if it's being used correctly. Can you tell me how the landfill is affected if some of this compost is going out there? We're obviously we're going to divert even some of that as well, but currently I'm saying when this product goes to the landfill, does that not help with, and again, I'm really speaking layman terms when it comes to this leaching, etc. How does that not help with our landfill currently with decomposing possibly other products that are there, or am I just completely not thinking the way that composting, etc. works?
Yeah, it's actually the opposite. The compost, the organics material in the landfill, it is an issue in terms of generation of the leachate that we explained before and the greenhouse gas. So what happens is once the material goes to the landfill, we do a daily cover every day. At the end of the day, we put some material on top. It's either dirt or anything else to avoid the garbage to fly around and to become litter. So as we grow the landfill, that material is there, and then there is an anaerobic digestion process where that's where the leachate is produced, with that leachate, we have to collect it and either treat it at the waste treatment plant, because we don't want the leachate to go to the groundwater, or we don't want the leachate to go to the river bottom. So we constantly are monitoring, and the approval that we have from Alberta Environment has a limit. As long as we reach that limit, that's a contravention. We have to report back, and we have to do something to decrease the level. So the leachate is a constant issue that we definitely have, and that's why we want to move that material from there, because in the long term, there will be savings. Now we will have probably less leachate management that we're going to do. Don't get me wrong. This is not going to give us an immediate saving. This will be a future saving. What we have done in landfill in the past is there. We're not removing that. That's going to be generating leachate and greenhouse gases. By doing the organics, what we're doing is now preventing more material that is going to go to the landfill and generating in the future more greenhouse gases and more leachate. So that's the importance of removing that material from there, because in the future, we're going to see a reduction of those two items being generated at the landfill, which will translate at the same time in cost savings for the operations.
Awesome. Leachate 101. Thank you so much. Appreciate those answers.
Okay, my queue is empty. Is anybody waiting to add more questions? Okay, there are no further questions. So we're on E7. Do we now move on to debate? On E7, Councillor Carlson has introduced the motion. Debate. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Carlson, for bringing this forward. In November 2016, Councillor Iwaski and myself introduced a resolution to adopt the residential waste diversion strategy, which Council supported. Part of that was a look towards organics collection in the future. And so this will bring that to fruition. This will help us save money in our landfill construction and usage over time. As Mr. Sanchez said, this is critical for us in the next step of our waste management program in the city of Lethbridge. I will fully support it.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to comment? I see no one. I'm going to ask Councillor Carlson to close. I too will support the program. It's part of our overall strategy that Council has approved. We're asking all sectors to contribute, and a plan is one. There's one for ICI, there's one for residential. This simply follows through on the residential. It's slightly delayed implementation, very conservative implementation, and I support the project. Councillor Carlson, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I do appreciate Council taking the time to explore this and probe it deeply, because I think it is something that's a hot topic in the community. This one was a bit of a struggle for me because I will not be using this program. It will have zero benefit to me. I've got composters out back. I garden. I don't send any organics to the landfill now, so it will have zero benefit to me. However, it's not my job to think about myself here. It's about my job to think about the community and to think about future generations and how we can better that. There's so many other things in this community that I don't use. I don't get over to the ATB Center, but I was fully in favor of providing that service for the betterment of our community. And the list goes on and on and on. I think when we talk about programs like this, we need to take into the common good, and good planning, good management, good stewardship of our community and our environment. So while I won't be taking advantage of this program, I know many folks in the community who will. I've got neighbors who still like to remove their grass clippings from their lawn, and I see them bag them up and drive them on a weekly or even a couple times a week basis to the yard waste sites. they won't have to do that anymore. It's a matter of convenience for those folks. So I will be supporting this program. I think it does go to meeting our targets that council set and the targets that our community wants, our province wants, our country wants, our world needs. So I'll end there and just say I will be supporting this.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll do a roll call vote.
And Mayor Spearman?
Yes.
Motion to postpone.
So when?
January 2022.
For the reasons?
The reason being that the funding required for this is borrowing from utilities. There's no effect on taxation. There's no effect on the outcome of what it is that we're deliberating here. As with Councillor Carlson, I struggle with this one because I too will not be a participant of it because we do it ourselves, and I recognize that many of my friends also do it ourselves. I'd like to see a little further community engagement on this. It's doing this within the context of the CIP that just doesn't sit comfortably with me. As Councillor Mashiro identified, we had many conversations at council, and we had the ultimate decision, the final decision on moving to Blue Bin at a regular meeting of City Council where people were engaged. This is occurring in the context of CIP. It's just a different conversation in the community. I think postponing it until January of 2022 gives opportunity, gives the new council the opportunity as well to consider it. It doesn't take us out of the construction season. It may delay things a month or two, but it gives us the opportunity to still have a more fulsome conversation in the community.
Okay. Seconder.
Okay,
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Hagan. Okay, we'll have a roll call vote on the motion to postpone.
Anybody want to maybe debate or ask questions
Okay.
of the mover?
Is there debate on motion to postpone? Okay, yeah. Okay, first, are there any questions for the mover? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate that. It's not for the mover, but for maybe administration. Because when Councillor Kaufman proposed this, I did look again at the timeline. And it doesn't seem like this is being implemented till 2023. If we did take the time that Councillor Kaufman is suggesting to go out and do a little more conversation and education perhaps with our community, would that impact the rollout of this greatly?
Yeah, Councillor Carlson, I think it will. I think the beauty of an approval now just gives us that much more time to position ourselves in terms of the actual rollout in full implementation. So, but I will defer to Mr. Sanchez on exactly what that delay might look like.
Yeah, thanks for the question again. And yes, this will have an impact on the implementation. If even the timeline that we have right now to go live in 2023 is a compressed schedule. If you remember, when we did curbside recycling, it took us 2.5 years to build the facility. So having approval right now will allow us to start working on the planning and the detail and design, and even leveraging on what we're doing at the Waste and Recycling Center today. So this could have a delay of at least 6 months, or the time from now until the new year, where we won't be able to do that because there is no certainty that this program will go ahead or not.
Thank you for that. Further to that then, because I see there is an outlay of about $10.5 million in 2022. Can I ask what amount of that would be in planning or design, I think is what you called it, that needs to be done now? And would funding at least that portion allow you to still continue on this timeline, but give incoming council final approval in either late December or early January.
We will need to look at the detail or cost breakdown that we have right now. I believe the design and the program details are typically on the $250,000 to $350,000. But again, I will need to go back and look at the details that we have and provide an answer for those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, Councillor Hagan, did you have a question?
Mine was debate.
Okay. Anyone else with questions? Okay, we'll move on to debate on postponement. I think Councillor Kaufman opened, but he's welcome to repeat that if he wishes to. I think he said he wanted this moved to 2022, but go ahead.
No, I've opened. Thank you. I'll save mine for closing.
Okay, Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I fully oppose this resolution to postpone. We approved the waste diversion strategy in 2016. We need to get on with it. I'm not sure about the public consultation part of it. We found out with the blue cart was that many people opposed it because they just didn't like it for whatever reason. But a year or two afterward, there's hardly anyone that opposes it. When you look at the data that we received on the public opinion about our services. So it's just one of those things. People don't like it because it's another green card. People don't like it because they're afraid it might smell. People don't like it because we've passed the waste management strategy. We need to implement it. I will oppose this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I obviously will be in support of this. I think anytime we can get more public consultation is better, and I just think that it's a few months. I don't know if it's going to make a lot of difference. We heard that there will be some struggles, but and speaking maybe a little bit to Councillor Carlson's comments about possibly spending some money now just to kind of keep this program going. My concern with that is if this does not pass, if the motion passes but does not pass in January at a resolution, I would be concerned of spending money that goes to no good. So with that, I will be support.
Anyone else? Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think the resolution doesn't say they're against the curbside organics. It's just saying, because now it's on the top of mind in the community, I think this is where you're going to get greater feedback from the community. Not many people have contacted me for or against this, but I think as soon as it starts getting talked about in the next month or so in regards to possibly being passed, I think we're going to get more feedback. And I don't know if it's going to be positive or negative. There's a lot of questions out there. A lot of people have said, I can do it myself. I don't know what the end solution is, but I can't see much harm. And of course, there is going to be some delay. It does hold the project back a little bit, but I think in the air of caution, I'd rather us just wait, let the new council deal with it at that time, and then hopefully there'll be lots of discussion in the next few months about regarding the pros and cons of this. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. I will not support the motion to postpone. I think it is part of our plan. I think in simple, practical terms, we know that organics are 57% of what's going into the dark bins now, and that's the next step. We've been given good scientific reasons to address the greenhouse gas and the possible pollution issue from the leachates. It's a responsible thing to move forward. Every sector needs to do what they need to do. I think it's a great issue for the next municipal election. If 70% of the people actually support curbside residential organics collection, that's great. People can express their views during the election, and by setting forward a clear vision to go forward with this, it will create an election issue for all candidates, and for those that oppose it and those in favor of it, then the electorate will ultimately make their decision. So for that reason, I won't support the motion to postpone, because I think it'll give the public an opportunity to have a direct say when they vote in October, if we approve this going forward. Councillor Kaufman to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Of course, anytime council makes the decision to wait on something, in this particular case for community feedback, we're going to have an impact on implementation. That's understood. We're looking at 8 months here. It's going to put our target back a little bit, but I do think that our target is still achievable, especially if ultimately there is a buy-in into a green cart program. I only see spending in 2020. The 279 in consultative services comes out in 2022. The consultative services or consultative services is 279,000 also in 2022. So we are keeping everything contained to that one particular year in terms of spending. I just think putting the delay on it, having a more fulsome conversation and having a council decision actually made it a regular meeting of council is a better way to proceed. Call the question.
Question's been called. A roll call vote.
Chairman. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Opposed.
That is lost 4-5.
Even now back to the main motion proposed by Councillor Carlson. I think we were just about to do a roll call vote on E7 when the motion to postponement came forward. So now we'll vote on E7.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson, or Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed?
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Carried 5-4.
Is E7 will be included in the recommendation to council. Okay, we'll now move on to Councillor Croson's motion to divide, which is a grouping of 5 resolutions.
Mayor Spearman, just to confirm, I'm trying to think back here, as I know this day has not been that long yet, but we still haven't voted on this to divide. I thought we voted on it to divide already, no?
We have.
Have voted.
Okay.
To have this grouping of 5 separated from the omnibus motion.
Yeah, so
right,
now we're going to vote on the items themselves. So
right.
As a group, whether they would be included in the CIP or not.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought that we were going to the motion to divide, and I thought we'd already done that. So thank you for the clarification.
So, Councillor Croson, how would you like to proceed? You've asked that these be considered separately, or we're going to look at them. Do we want to look at them one at a time as a group? Does anyone have any questions? I can start by saying, does anybody have any questions on C5? Or is it C6, sorry. Bikeways, pathways, sidewalks along roadways. Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll start with the questions, and it's a question about all of them. I brought this slide forward because they all have operating costs projected on them. So just a group question overall. How will the operating costs be handled? Are these going to be put onto taxes? Are they covered through utilities? Just an explanation regarding the operating costs and how those are going to be dealt with.
Yeah, I could start, and then I'll defer to the city treasurer as well, Councillor Croson. If you look at Schedule A5 and 6 in Section A of the draft budget, it speaks to it summarizes a number of projects. These ones that included that have an operating budget attached to it, and it actually demonstrates there is a very, very modest pressure for C6 and C9 as it relates to taxation. So just speaking specifically, C6, bikeways, pathways, sidewalks, these are additions to the road network, to pathways and sidewalks in our road network. And so there's some modest maintenance costs associated with these new facilities in this particular CIP. The largest maintenance cost is snow and ice control. Bridge rehab is very similar. It's the reason there's typically, or this doesn't impose an operating cost. In this instance, C9 also includes in 2022 a new pedestrian bridge across Highway 3. We were successful, in addition to our basic municipal transportation grant, in securing a matching special grant in order to complete the missing link across Highway 3 from downtown north to North Lethbridge of our regional pathway network. And so this pedestrian bridge will get constructed in 2022 and it'll result in a modest maintenance cost associated with that facility starting in 2023. CO3 is an offsite levy capital funded program that'll see a widening of Walsh Drive from University Drive west to Métis Trail. Again, the operating costs associated that is with an expanded arterial roadway that requires additional snow and ice control associated with the roadway and the pathway network that gets constructed. The last two are part of the Waste and Recycling Center. The operating costs associated with this are funded from tipping fees. They have no impact on utility rates and on, in particular, residential or commercial charges to customers in town, but rather they're imposed on the users of the facility and the tipping fees that are charged for waste that we receive at the Waste and Recycling Center, the regional landfill. I hope that answers sort of in general terms what it is that these projects mean in terms of operating pressure. Again, the C6 and 9 and CO3 do have a modest, less than 0.2% impact on future taxes.
And in general terms, are these projects considered maintenance or are they growth?
C6 is more, C6 and CO3 is actually C6, C9, and C3 all have both a maintenance component but a growth component as well as we continue to expand those facilities and those networks to meet the current levels of service in the community.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Mr. Hawkins, just for clarification again on C6, you said the largest operating impact there is on snow and ice removal?
That's correct.
Are we specifically targeting bike lanes then for immediate removal of snow? Are they sort of?
We are. Yeah, one of the elements of that program is protected bike paths as well, adjacent or part of the roadway, and there is snow and ice control associated with those new facilities in order to maintain 365-day operations for those folks, those users.
Okay, thank you. I recognize that the estimated greenhouse gas emissions, and thank you for including that. This is actually, it's been very informative in some of my considerations. I recognize that it's tons per CO2 emission. There is, though, a long-term impact on greenhouse gas if we have an efficient and effective cycling infrastructure. We are getting people out of their vehicles as well. Do we, at no time before 2031, obviously, do we hit the ton component, but do we have any sort of understanding of what that impact will be, or not really at this time?
I don't, yeah, the dedicated bike path network and its usage is just something we're continuing to monitor, or beginning to monitor and collect data on, Councillor Kaufman. So at this particular point, it would be too early to say what that direct greenhouse gas reduction is associated with moving people out of cars onto alternative forms of transportation. So it is something that clearly is on our radar to monitor, and so that we can show that we are achieving a reduction, we're achieving an environmental benefit. But as you say, it's a little early at this point to actually attach a reduction goal or outcome to that just yet.
Okay, thank you. Final question on this, again on C6. As you're aware, the link pathway between Lethbridge and Coaldale is hopefully going to be completed this year. I see that you have identified South Parkside Drive from Parkside Drive south to 43rd, and you've got in brackets there to Coaldale. Does this include the intersection, or is that part of a consideration of a different project?
Yeah, that's part of the intersection improvements. This just deals with the actual sidewalk or pathway infrastructure.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for including that in this particular project as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council? Okay, I see no further questions, so we can move on to debate on these 5 projects. I'll start with Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I asked for these to be divided out because, as I said, there are operating costs, and I didn't want anybody to be surprised that even though it is a relatively small tax pressure, there is a tax pressure associated with some of them. And we always need to think of any of these projects, not only in terms of capital, but in terms of life cycle and long-term costing as well. And so I would hope my colleagues will support this. Going ahead, these are something we need to do to continue to maintain and to grow with our population changes. And with that, I will quit my debate at this time. Thank you.
Okay, any debate from other members of council? I will support inclusion of these projects in our CIP as well. Councillor Croson to close.
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
And Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Carries 7-2.
So now we've included the omnibus motion. Okay, now we'll deal with the item requested by Councillor Parker, which was to, we have already approved division of E11. So if Councillor Parker would now like to declare a conflict of interest and leave the meeting, Council will deal with E11.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will be. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So if we can bring E11 up on the screen for Council. This will be moved by the Vice Chair, Councillor Carlson. So the resolution reads, whereas there is an objective to approve a 4-year capital plan within the 10-year planning context in order that the corresponding operating costs from the approved projects can be included in the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council at their meeting of May the 18th, 2021, approve the 2022 to 2031 capital improvement plan, including the following funded project. E11, sustainability enhancements. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll ask if there's any questions from my colleagues. We did discuss this at the committee level. I believe the CIP page is quite focused in telling what these investments will be. Several of them are pilot projects to achieve some of our targets, but I'll ask if there's any questions.
Are there any questions from Council? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'd encourage my colleagues to support this. This does go to meeting our targets for reductions. These initiatives are basically technology, operational, and behavioral change recommendations for the Waste and Recycling Center. And I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay. Any debate? I see none. Councillor Carlson to close.
I call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, no need for a roll call vote. Thank you. We'll invite Councillor Parker back to the meeting.
I've messaged them. He should be back shortly.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parker, are you back?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for letting me know to come back.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda.
Do you want to go to Councillor Carlson's amendment, or do you want to go to section D? It's here. This one, I'm not sure where you want to go now. Or just get into D?
Mayor Spearman,
Yes.
If I'm hearing the clerk correctly, and sorry, I'm just pulling up. If my colleagues would be okay, I would like to bring my amending motion up now because it does infect it, whether it's approved or not, will affect our total funding package.
Okay, so go ahead. Your amendment.
It's my, yep, it's up on the screen now.
Okay, so if you want to do an introduction, it's moved. I will second it. And so this is to set aside 10 million of the available 74 million. Or,
Yes.
So please go ahead with your introduction of the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. The reason I'm bringing this forward is to follow up on something we did our last round of CIP, which I thought left us in good stead and was just good planning. Reserving $10 million out of our capital funding, and I realize that this is one of the lowest capital budgets in many years that council has to create projects and facilities for our community. However, I think it's just good planning to leave some in reserve. We know that projects will come up, and even more importantly, funding will come up. Our provincial government and our federal government are signaling that they want to get some projects out there for stimulus funding to get people up and active. So reserving this $10 million from the capital dollars that we have to expend at the moment just makes sense to me. It allows incoming council the opportunity to review some projects, to beat the bushes for funding, and to see what's coming down the pipe from our other orders of government. So I'll open it up to any questions from my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councillor Parker?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Carlson. I think this is, I really like the look of this. So, for example, if we would have had this in place, and I don't know if you could answer or someone else within administration can, when the transit terminal was brought forward in regards to kind of came over the fence outside of a CIP deliberations, we would have money in place that we could put towards a project like that. Would that be an example?
That's a great example, Councillor Parker, because as we know, most of our grants from other orders of government require matching dollars. And so there will be a fund or a program announced by the feds or the province saying, we'll give you 60% or 30% or 70, whatever they will be. We need those funds in able to access those project funds. And so that's an excellent example, and that's the reason I would say keeping these dollars outside of our spending now, just so that we can access those.
And my second question, thank you for that answer, is if something did come around and we had that $10 million put away, we would open up technically a finance/CIP discussion. Am I correct?
Thank you. Maybe the treasurer could answer. We've done it before where we've amended the CIP.
Yeah.
And I think that's the route we would take is amending our capital program at that time, or not us, but the future council.
Yeah, I just didn't want to be this thing where the money came, administration just can grab the money because we have $10 million put aside. It would still have to come back to the process of a CIP discussion or deliberation somewhere within the term of a council. Am I correct?
That's exactly the way I see it.
That helps. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to put an amendment, and I'm hoping that the mover would accept it. I'd like to change, because I think this is a great idea. I'd like to change the amount from 10 million to 25 million. That would be my amendment.
Do you have a seconder?
I hope so.
Thanks, Councillor Morrow. I
second.
won't accept that as a
I
friend.
heard
So
there was a
thank you.
seconder, just a second.
Councillor Parker will second it.
Okay, thank you.
That was Councillor Higgin, not me.
Okay, Councillor Higgin.
Sorry.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have an amendment. Councillor Morrow, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I think this is an excellent idea. I totally agree with planning and all of that. But the main reason I think we need to put more money in is based on what we have gone through in the last year and a half with COVID, and it looks like this year is going to continue. I'm kind of anticipating, and I think, correct me if my anticipation is not right, that the other levels of government, once this COVID is over, which hopefully it will be over soon, will do whatever they can to stimulate the economy and create, throw money at projects to stimulate the economy. 10 million seems like a lot of money, but in reality, I don't think it is, because as was stated, when we have to contribute our portion to any other grant projects or grant money that's made available by other levels of government, I believe the 25 million would be more sufficient. Plus, the fact is, a lot of this stuff is going to happen, I'm going to guess, in the next year or two, which this council will not be part of it. It'll be a new council. So it's just giving the new council an opportunity to take advantage of any grants that the other levels of government might create and throw out to stimulate the economy. So I'm just saying that the 25 million would be more sufficient than 10. So I ask for your support.
Any questions on the amendment? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Stern. Thank you, Councillor Morrow. I did struggle with trying to find the right number, so I appreciate that there are other thoughts out there. If I can, maybe to the city treasurer or city manager or designate, perhaps. A lot of the funding that we have in the, I'm just going to use round number, 75 million to expend is grant funding from other orders of government already. Are there time constraints when those need to be spent? That would be my only concern with restricting too many dollars.
Mayor Spearman through to Councillor Carlson. Yes, the grant funding has a time lapse that after it's received, it needs to be spent within 5 years.
And so where are we time-wise on any of the dollars we have? Are they all dollars that are coming in future, say 2022, so they have to be expended by 2027? Or are there some that have come to us in 2021 or 2020 that need to be expended earlier? Can you help me with that?
The majority of this is within the 2022 to 2025 window, the 75 million that's available.
To 2025, so it is 5 years. Excellent, thank you. I had a further question. My notepad is getting. Your Worship, I'll hop out and try and find where my other question was. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Hagan.
Actually, I've just hopped out there. Councillor Carlson did ask my question. It looks like we've got years ahead of us that we could be using it. So thank you. My question's been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
I put my question down. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. My question would be, if we raise the limit to 25 million, and I understand why we might do that, my concern is not being able to debate all the projects, and I'm not opposed to having a higher number than 10. I think it raises the bar before it cuts off discussion. That's my concern. Councillor Morrow, are you open to discussing all projects, or would we cut off discussion when there was less than 25 million or less available to fund?
I'm opening to discussing all projects. Why would this change discussion of all projects? I don't quite understand that.
Okay, if we had allocated 45 million, we would have less than 25 million to spend. So would we still discuss further projects after we'd allocated it down? If we get to the point of allocating, so there's less than 25 million or less left to allocate, how would we proceed at that point?
Sorry, ask the question again.
If we got to the point where we had allocated capital funds to projects and there was $25 million or less remaining to be allocated, would we then stop discussion on the balance of the projects?
Well, I guess if there's no more money, there's no more money. But I don't quite. What you're suggesting is something that I don't really believe is appropriate, because we could have we could have had a whatever dollar amount to spend in the beginning, which already eliminates discussion of many projects. So I don't quite understand whether we have 72 million or 42 million or 10 million or 150 million. At some point, not all projects are going to be funded. So we'll just continue on as we have in the past. I don't see why this is creating an issue in your mind.
Okay, I'll ask the treasurer. The method we've used in the past is there's a spreadsheet displayed on the screen with the remaining funds allowed to be allocated, the remaining to be allocated. And generally we stop when we've allocated all the available funds. Is that correct? Is that the process we're going to follow this time?
I would probably look to Ms. Hilford in terms of how that would work with the omnibus resolution, but it would be any project could be brought forward for council's consideration, and if a project isn't brought forward, then it's just dropped.
Point of order. This is actually, Mr. Mayor, I think this is a question for council and not administration. I mean, we control the budget. We spend how we want to spend, what we want to spend, and the projects that we want to approve. So, as I said before, whether we spend all 72 million or whatever it is that we have right now in this week, or whether we put some aside, that's up to council.
Yeah, I'm just asking for following the same process that we used previously. Yeah. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question I had is, I'm through you to city manager or designate who've had a little bit more experience with grant funding opportunities, and I'm hoping somebody can give me their thoughts or advice on this. It's sort of a tactical consideration. If we have approved but unfunded projects in our CIP, does that make it easier when other orders of government release dollars to say we've got this approved project, but we don't have the money for it, and so we put forward an application? Is that a better tactic than saying we've approved all the funding for this project, but now you've opened up a funding stream, we would like to apply to reduce our funding requirement? Is one option better than the other, or is it pretty much a wash? And I'm just asking those folks who have actually do the applications on our behalf.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson, that's really up to City Council. I think that demonstrating a 10-year plan that is supported by City Council helps to give some information to the community and to other levels of government in terms of need and or potentially pressures that communities are experiencing. So in the last CIP, City Council looked at projects that could be potentially funded from a replacement grant for MSI. We've got some minor details about what that next program will look like. We don't necessarily have certainty around that grant program yet, but I think that there's a message that doing a 10-year plan with and demonstrating kind of that lack of funding or lack of available funding certainly helps in sharing that message.
Okay, so maybe I'll try and ask it more bluntly than vaguely. Last CIP, we approved the exhibition project, but we didn't fund it. And so they went out and they got other orders of government support and then came back to us and we found the dollars for that. And so I'm looking forward to this CIP. Say we didn't fund the hubs or the buses out of the the gas tax or the wherever it's coming from. But we said no, it's an approved project. We just don't have the funds for it. Are we more likely to get funding from other orders of government if we haven't funded it, rather than if we said, yep, we're putting all our money into this? Or is it a wash?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson. I'm not sure I can really answer that question on behalf of the province and the federal government. I think that the more information we include in the capital plan, including proposed projects, is helpful in identifying council's priorities, or what council earmarks as priorities. Anything that's outside the approved window would have to come back for council's approval, depending on what projects come up. If there is a funding opportunity, we would certainly look at the projects included in the CIP, but if there's other projects that come up that aren't there, we would still consider those and bring those forward for council to consider. So I think the plan is important to help kind of set the framework, or the straw man, so to speak, but they always need to be reconsidered by council if they're not approved from a funding perspective.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. I just, if I can just throw this question out, because this is, well, my first CIP, and I just want to ask the opinion of people who have done this before, or who've got a history of this sort of process. I just want to ask an opinion of the wisdom of going from having 10 million in reserve to a 25 million in reserve, the kind of a bit of the pros and the cons from someone with the experience and their perspective. And I perhaps Ms. Pinkson or city manager might have their thoughts on that.
Ms. Pinkson, go ahead.
I don't see Mr. Dalton jumping on, so.
And I know that it always comes back to council. We make the decision, but I would like just an informed opinion.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Campbell. I preface this is always City Council's decision. This would just be based on kind of my interpretation of the information, so take it for what it's worth.
Sure, and that's exactly what I'm asking for.
So providing the community with a plan helps to demonstrate to the community the some sort of consistency in terms of what will be constructed or what will be approved in a 4-year window period of time, and what was being proposed for a 10-year period of time. I think it helps especially to provide some certainty to the community about stimulus opportunities or potential stimulus opportunities, and also to give some stability to the community. Having the 10-year plan helps in terms of us being able to respond quicker should opportunities arise. And so in the instances where there's projects that aren't funded, they typically come to the top of the list in terms of potential future opportunities that arise when grants come over the wall, and different things like that. So it's always helpful to have projects at all of the stages, various stages in the CIP, design, conceptual design, construction, planning, to ensure that there's that adaptability and flexibility. So in terms of the available funding, we've had to make some assumptions. So there are some additional grant funding that will likely become available in the future that we just do not know about with certainty today. So those amounts are not included. So we anticipate that we will receive some additional federal gas tax funding. We have not yet received confirmation on that, so it's not been included. We know that the province is messaging about this MSI replacement program. We've got some kind of preliminary numbers about what that might be. The impact of COVID could completely change that proposal or that framework, and so we just don't know. So that has also been excluded. So in the future, there will be potentially additional funding opportunities that arise. Based in terms of the number, 10 million, 25 million, I think that just reduces the flexibility for this council to approve projects in the 4-year window. At 10 million or 25 million, it just adjusts the amount that's available for council to make decisions on it at this point in time. It does free up matching opportunities in the future. Again, 10 million, 25 million. But the challenge will be specifically related to the timing of when those dollars need to be spent. So it could cause some spending challenges later as these grants start to have kind of a sunset clause, specifically the MSI grant, because as that program comes to an end, the province starts to get a little bit more, starts to message the need to kind of complete that program in its entirety. And so they could potentially change that timeline at any point. I don't have word of that at this point in time, but timing would be the biggest issue to consider when looking at how much is being set aside.
Thank you. And before Mr. Dalton chimes in here, I just, historically, is money most of the time have a prerequisite of matching funds by the city, or do we get, does money just come to us without matching?
Councillor Campbell, it really depends on the grant. MSI and federal gas tax does not require a matching component. Don't know what this new local government fiscal framework will look like. It's typically funding that comes from the federal government that requires some sort of matching component, stimulus funding. So in the instance of the grant opportunities that have come up over the last year or so, the MSP, that did not have a matching component, and the ICIP grant did. So it just depends on the grant program itself.
Thank you, Ms. Pinkston. Mr. Dalton, were you going to give your 2 cents worth?
Yeah, just maybe 1 cent, Councillor Campbell. I think Ms. Pinkston laid that out really well. That the 2 comments I would have for council is in the current context, whether it's 10 million, 15 million, 25 million, to me, the key considerations are, and Ms. Pinkston raised them, it's the ability to spend that money. Given the timelines that might be associated with that would need to be considered. The other thing is the times that we're in, and what's prudent. 10 up to a range of 25 is difficult to say, but to Ms. Pinkston's point about sending a message to the community, establishing priorities, particularly in a time frame where economic stimulus is important, I think those would be things for council to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions on the amendment? Okay, we'll move to debate on the amendment. Councillor Morrow?
I'll say if I've opened, I'll say for closed.
Any debate on the amendment? I see none. Councillor Morrow, would you like to close?
I had some debate, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
Sorry, thank you. Appreciate it coming forward. As I said, Councillor Morrow, I struggled with the number as well. However, in listening to the answers from our administration, it seems that they've been fairly conservative on the dollars in their budgeting of the dollars that could be flowing to us. So at this time, I think $10 million does give the incoming council some flexibility, but it doesn't restrict us from putting some projects forward, setting the pathway for the community. So I won't be supporting the increase at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Councillor Carlson, for bringing this forward, and Councillor Morrow for this amendment. I think it's a great idea, and I believe this because I know right now we're really in a case of instability throughout the city, the province, the country for that matter, and I guess we can throw in the world. But I know that they're talking a lot, governments are talking a lot about different stimulus programs that can be coming. We don't know them, but they do want to get this economy stimulated and get things rolling. And so I think having that additional funding there for matching would give us far more, I guess, bang for your buck when that time does come. And also, in addition to that, it does give the next council the opportunity to be a bigger part of these decisions going forward as well by holding those funds. And so that that council that comes in will have the ability to still, debate on projects that are in this CIP. So I think that's a fantastic way, and I am fully in support of this resolution.
Okay, the amendment. Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Parker.
Actually, I think Councillor Higgins said it well. Thank you. Nothing more, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? I will oppose the amendment, but I do think there's a compromise. If we're going to pick an arbitrary number, I'd say 25 million is on the high side, but 10 million may be on the low side. What we may be able to do is proceed to a point where we feel comfortable approving projects, and there might be an amount left over which isn't 25 million and which isn't 10 million, which we then would put aside for future matching purposes. And if we can pass a minimum amount and then consider leaving any unallocated capital dollars, adding to that amount, that might be a way forward. So I won't support 25 million at this time, but the number could be even higher than 25 million or somewhere between 10 and 25 million. So I'm reluctant to have a high arbitrary number at this time, but I'm prepared to respect and follow the process after this. So I won't support the amendment, but I think there's an opportunity that the number could be different from either of the two that have been mentioned. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman, and I am firmly in your camp of I don't know what number is the best, but one does seem high and the other does seem low. As I say to my children on a regular basis, just because you have money doesn't mean you have to spend it. So I think I'm not going to be supporting the amendment. I recognize the need for transferring some funds forward, and I think this is a great policy. Perhaps a future policy for council to actually a good practice to get into for future councils, recognizing we do need to be parking some for those opportunities that arrive. That said, what is the magic number? So throughout deliberations, I'll certainly remain conscious of where we are. This should be a conversation about values, but I think we're all keeping an eye on the bottom line. And I think at the end of the day or the days, for deliberation, we will have a figure that will feel right, at least to all of us, in terms of carrying that funding forward. So I appreciate Councillor Morrow bringing forward the amendment. We'll see what flushes out at the end of the week.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morrow to close.
Thank you. I fully understand the comments, and I understand both sides to this. But I need to remind you, and I don't need to remind you because I think you all know the world we're living in today, and there's really nothing going on right now. And we all know, and many of you have even used the term of stimulus funding. I've heard that by many of you talking about stimulus funding. We do know that other levels of government, when we have a situation like we are living in today, a pandemic or a downturn in the economy, the first thing that other levels of government do to turn the economy around is throw money at projects. They want to stimulate the economy. They want to get people back to work. Now, is 10,000 enough? Is 25,000 enough? You know what? Quite frankly, 74 million, all of it in my mind, would have been enough to go to the next council. I believe that 25 million is more of a realistic number than 10. And again, the number doesn't matter. What matters here is the message, and I think this is what might be being lost. We know that the government, as soon as they possibly can, with COVID kind of coming down to a point where things get back to somewhat normal, that they will stimulate the economy and they will throw money everywhere to do that. And we better be prepared for that. And just like I'm thinking, if I have a 25-year-old house versus a brand new house, I've set aside way more money because I know things are going to need to be taken care of. I look at this as we are now living in an old house, and the economy, when the other levels of government decide to create all kinds of grants to stimulate the economy, I think that's where we need to be, and I think that we need more money to take advantage of the money that they are giving municipalities. So I don't think 25 million, to be honest with you, is even enough. But I think it's a great start. And next year and the year after that and the year after that, the government, I know, and we all know, will create and stimulate the economy. And I think we better be prepared. So all this is being more prepared. We did it last year. If you look in your binder under Section D, we have many projects that we had funded that came over the wall last minute. We took advantage of it, the airport, and just to name one of them. And so I'm assuming and I'm expecting that that's going to happen more and more. And I just want to be ready and primed. And I think $25 million, although it sounds like a lot, I don't even think that's enough. But I hope that you will support the amendment to go to 25 million, because I think it will serve us better in the future years. Thank you. Call for the question.
Question has been called. I will have a roll call vote on the amendment.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
In favor?
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Carlson.
Opposed.
3 to 6, that's lost.
Okay, so we're now back to the main motion.
Mayor Spearman, I noticed there's no seconder on the main motion. I will second it.
I've been seconding all the motions.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if I need to propose this, but as I had indicated, if all the funding hasn't been allocated and we're above 10 million, does this need to be an amendment? If funding hasn't all been allocated and there are no more projects that council wishes to fund, any remaining balance would be added to the 10 million. I might propose that as an amendment.
Look to administration to see if that's a sound amendment.
Mayor Spearman.
Question. Sorry. I just had a question, if I could, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, I was trying to get my question answered by administration, but.
Oh, okay. I'll answer. I'll question after. Thanks.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mayor Spearman, I would refer Economic SPC to the G section in the draft document. Any funding that is unallocated would remain available for future projects. So it wouldn't necessarily, it would be fine if council could make the decision that they can allocate as much or of the available funding or as little as they choose. I would say with or without that resolution.
Okay, so if we passed that it'd be no less than 10 million put aside. If we allocated more than, less than, and had a balance left over, this resolution would automatically make that extra funding flow over into a future, available for future capital matching. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, an amendment is not required. Okay, thank you. So we're back to the main motion to set aside at least 10 million of the capital. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I believe I opened,
Okay.
and then we got into debate, and we had an amendment, so I think we're in debate.
Councillor Higgin may have a question at this point. Councillor Higgin?
No, actually, the city treasurer said exactly, well, not exactly, but more gooder than what I said it, but that's exactly right. We would just keep that money aside anyways, so thank you.
Okay. Acting Mayor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Technically, a motion like this would never actually be necessary because any future council can always open the capital budget, can move projects around, etc. But I will be supporting this because it puts an idea out there for future councils that here is some money that is prepared for when you need it. The other thing, and I know I expressed it to some other people, the frustrating part is one of our biggest issues right now is housing, and we don't have a single capital project around housing. So we know that our capital projects being brought forward are not actually set to deal with some of the major issues we have in our community. So deliberately setting something aside that is there to be used for matching funds, that is there as a pot to be used for capital projects that might come along, as I said, it puts that idea there. We have set this aside, use it well. How much it should be, as we said, we don't know, but the fact that it exists and the fact that it also then reminds future councils that whether it's an operating budget or a capital budget, it is always your responsibility, your right, your duty to open it as required, not just on the schedules that are set out, but when needed. So I will support this for those reasons. Thank you.
Okay. Sounded like debate. Guess we're in debate. Any further debate? Councillor Higgin. Okay, Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you. I will be supporting this. I think that 10 million is definitely not enough, as I had indicated earlier with the proposed amendment, but it's a start. And I know that if we get through this process, and there's, as Mayor Spearman, you indicated, maybe there's more money there, that we'll still have that for future. Regarding some of the questions with housing, although we don't have housing projects, we do have a 48-unit housing project going in on the south side, a seniors project, and that comes from different funding as well. So I love this idea. Again, I don't think it's enough, but I do appreciate the minimal amount of 10 million going forward. So I will support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I too will support this. I think it's prudent that we not spend all the funds available to us, and ideally there will be more. So I will support this. Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and I really do appreciate all the questions and thought going into this, because I struggled with finding a number. And so I do understand folks trying to also struggle with the number, and I do hope that at the end of the day there will be some more. But if there are amazing projects the council wants to proceed with, we can find the dollars, hopefully. I appreciate Councillor Croson. Is it Acting Mayor Croson? Sorry, we just switched over. I'm not sure who's who yet. Speaking about the idea of this. Because that was the intent. The intent was to set a direction, pardon me, set a tone, that we want to give future and incoming councils some flexibility and some opportunities. We've all been through elections. We hear all the wants and the needs, the wishes, and then due to our cycles, it's 3.5 years before we get to consider those and move it forward. I know there are ways around that, but I think this sets the idea that incoming council, you too need to be able to do some projects and react with some flexibility with opportunities. So I just ask for my colleagues' support. Thank you.
Thank you. Question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? It looks like no one is opposed, so that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, it's 11:53. Our next items on the agenda are starting section D. This looks like a logical time to take a break. So we would resume at 1 o'clock. And at this time, we will recess until 1 o'clock, and we will start section D, project by project. Thank you.
This is just a test of the audio. Councillor Miyashiro, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Ryan.
Thank you, everyone.
I don't see Bonnie in chambers, but just a heads up to my colleagues and anyone. Shaw is coming to fix my internet anytime between 1 and 3. So as they fix it, I may disappear, which would probably speed up everything. So just a heads up. If I disappear, you know what's happened. Anytime between 1 and 3. Mark, did you get my bird video?
Yes, hilarious.
I thought
it's great.
2:59, hey Jeff.
Pardon?
2:59.
That's exactly it. Last time it was between 9 and 11. It was 10:43.
Yeah.
So. Oh well.
I hope they can fix it.
Well, it's actually holding together pretty well, but I want it perfect, so we'll see.
Yeah. Okay, it's 1 o'clock, and we're ready to start Section D for the unfunded projects. So that gets to page 6. Okay, no, sorry. Yep, let's do a roll call.
Okay. Councillor Higgin.
Present.
Councillor Morrow.
Yeah.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Here.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Present.
Mayor Spearman.
Present.
Vice Chair Carlson.
Here.
And Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
All present. Thank you.
Okay. So I think it's park asset management. So, is there a resolution for this simply being moved by the Vice Chair, Councillor Carlson, to fund Parks Asset Management for $650,000 a year from 2022 to 2031? Motion is to maintain current annual funding?
The motion is to include D5 in the 10-year CIP.
Okay. Yeah, they should be numbered.
You guys have a list of page numbers? Sorry, my mic's on.
I don't have page numbers on mine. I've got the electronic version though.
Yeah.
If you look at D2, it does have page numbers.
D2.
Page
Look at D2.
77.
It lists out all the page numbers.
Mayor Spearman,
Oh,
there's two
okay.
sections in section D. If you go to page 5, which is the Parks Asset Management, and turn back a page, there's a summary of all of the projects that are unfunded, like Councillor Croson said, of D2, and it shows the page numbers there.
Right.
I don't see it.
Okay. Okay, so page 5. I think what we're looking for was the project number. So this is project D. Is it D5?
So Mayor Spearman, we did not include the D letters yet because in the final document, all of the Ds will change. So we thought it might be simpler just to reference the page number that's at the top of each page for the section D projects. And the number at the top of Parks Asset Management is 5.
Okay. So everybody's clear which one we're discussing?
No, sorry, page 5 in our agenda.
Nope, in the CIP.
In the CIP book.
Okay, 'cause I
Mr.
could
Westerson,
find
if I send you, oh yeah, perfect. Mr. Westerson's bringing it up on the screen there. So the D2 is the summary of all of the projects, and then if you
that page.
so then if you scroll down to Parks Asset Management, Mr. Westerson, that is on the electronic version, which
Page 77. So I didn't find the wrong thing.
There's two sections to D. There's funded and unfunded. So you have to flip over a little bit till you get to the unfunded. And then there's
Okay.
another page 5. So that's where we're at.
Okay.
And it's Parks Asset Management. It does say Project 267 on it. Does that help everybody?
Hey, so Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Ms. Pinkston. The page numbers were fairly straightforward, so appreciate that. Question to City Manager Designate. I recognize that this is asset management. I understand an initial cost for data input, recognition of everything we do, but ongoing of $650,000 a year for what I understand here. So the final paragraph says asset planner will be used to help analyze the program and select specific items. What's the $650,000 a year paying for?
Yeah, I'll jump in. It's Doug Hawkins, Councillor Kaufman. These are as described in the sheet. The 650 is this is an annualized program. It's similar to pavement overlays, those kinds of things in Section C. On an annualized basis, we identify and use a tool called Asset Planner to identify the highest priority existing assets, benches, playgrounds, drainage problems, the various parks amenities, physical components of the park that require to be life cycled or replaced. And this program provides the funding necessary for that.
So is this a license, a $650,000 a year, a license for this asset planner?
No, this is actual replacement dollars. So it is the dollars necessary on an annualized basis to maintain the park's assets, to either repair them or outright replace them.
Thank you. I could not glean that from it talks about inventory, it talks about asset planner be used to help analyze. I could not glean from that this is a $650,000 investment into parks assets.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. So I just wanted to confirm this is for all of our parks then, right? Not from what I read here, it covers the built assets, facilities throughout the park system across the city. So this is all parks. This $650,000 would work towards.
That's correct, Councillor Higgin.
Awesome, thank you.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I know what the answer is going to come from administration, but I'm going to ask it anyways because I usually ask this question. If this is an ongoing program, why is it not in the operating budget rather than the CIP?
I can start and then I'll pass it over to the city treasurer. We have for a number of years now, a number of cycles, been using grants in order to fund this particular ongoing program. Again, similar to how we deploy transportation grants in Section C. And because of that, it appears here as opposed in the operating budget, which more traditionally operating expenses are covered by taxation. Ms. Pinkston?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add to that.
So then further to that, how would council, future councils, obviously this is a 10-year thing, how will council be aware of how much of the $650,000 every year is spent if it's in the CIP?
Mayor Spearman through to Councillor Morrow. So we report out in the operating forecast in June and in the unaudited report at the end of the year in terms of the CIP update for all of the approved projects. So it'd be high level kind of update there, as well as any kind of requests in terms of report outs on a regular basis from parks.
And what happens if 650,000 is not spent? What happens to the money? Where does it go? How was council, other than what you've just identified? Maybe explain that to me a little bit, please.
So depending on the period of the cycle that gets approved, assuming it's a 4-year budget CIP, the program is looked at during the budget cycle. So the Parks Asset Manager would review the program and look at it in its entirety, and then, it has a bit of a flexibility in terms of which year is spent, and then the project is then updated in the CIP summary report on an annual basis in terms of where it's at and what's left over. If the program is not fully expended by the end of the budget cycle, then that funding would be returned to the identified source depending on how this is approved. In the last budget cycle, it was approved under pay-as-you-go community.
Thank you. And my final question then is, since we've been doing this, as Mr. Hawkins, I think you said historically, what can you tell me in the last 5 years prior to 2022? I'm assuming the amount was 650,000. Has that been spent every year in the last 5 years?
I'd have to defer to the city treasurer in terms of the actual expenses, but yeah, I believe in the earlier years when we first established this program and it was funded, it was actually a greater amount because we had a significant backlog of life cycling, and so it's been adjusted since then. Our needs typically exceed the total budget available. So I think in general, yes, we do rely on the full amount of funding that council approves through this program.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Mr. Hawkins, I've seen the pictures that we replaced like the Lavelle playground and put in a new playground system. Just from my own curiosity and wondering if we can get any money for it, what do we do with the old playground facilities that we remove?
Maybe I could, I think Dave Ellis is in, has joined the meeting too. I could refer that question to Dave.
Generally, when we replace a playground, it is because it doesn't meet the safety requirements of CSA. And so we salvage as many of the parts and the materials off of the playground as we can that may be reusable in other locations. And then the playground is disposed of.
So we save as much money as we can by reusing in a safe manner. And that adds to our budget for doing the asset management, I would assume.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My question, I believe, is to the city treasurer through our city manager. And the funding source of this is undetermined. So it could come from the capital dollars, but you mentioned the last time, historically, it's come from pay-as-you-go funding.
Mayor Spearman, included in the available funding information that I gave yesterday, which is now $64 million. That includes the pay-as-you-go community amount, and that was where this project was funded, a combination of MSI and pay-as-you-go community, which are both included in the available funding amount that I provided earlier.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question I have is in regards to that being in the capital and not in the operating. And just further to that question, it was discussion was regarding some of the grants that the city receives. Can anyone share with council what some of those grants have been and how often we get them?
I'm not sure I totally understand your question, Councillor Higgin, but in the prior CIP, this project, because it's ongoing, was funded from MSI and Community Pay-as-you-go.
From MSI and Community Pay-as-you-go. So could MSI could not be used for operating and pay-as-you-go. So I'm just trying to figure out if there was grant funding that could not be used for capital. That's why we moved it out and put it into, or the council of the day put it into capital and not operating. I'm just curious to know what programs were used for the capital that we couldn't use in operating.
So grant funding is typically only available to capital projects. There's minimal kind of operating grant opportunities within, and they continue to kind of decrease. So in this instance, ideally, for many years now, we've tried to transfer as much maintenance and life cycle as we can into the operating budget, but to take $650,000 per year and to transfer it would have an impact on taxation. So in this instance, this program continues to be in the capital budget and has funding sources that are, because of the funding sources that have been allocated to this project. If this was moved into the operating budget, it would be a pressure on taxation.
No, and sorry, maybe I'm not coming through clear enough. What grants out there is there like a name grant, like the beautification whatever grant that we give the province, or this grant, or that? Like, I'm just wondering what grants have been used. If we talk about grants, what
the only grant that's been used for this project is MSI.
Is MSI. All right, and so MSI obviously province, so it does not fall directly to taxation, although I guess it doesn't grow on trees up in Edmonton. It still comes from taxation in one way, shape, or form. But all right, that's I think that answers it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to the city manager or treasurer. would it be appropriate for this to eventually transition to the operating budget?
Ideally, it
Yes.
would, yes.
I felt so as well, and I'm hearing some of my colleagues. Is a directional resolution as a companion to this something to the effect of further be it resolved that a recommendation be forwarded to operating budget discussions to transition the ongoing parks asset management from capital plan to the operating budget makes sense, because then the next council will have a heads up and could do some planning for it. Would that be an appropriate resolution at this point, or should it come maybe outside of our capital planning process?
I think that if that's what council wants to do, they can do that at any time.
Okay, so we could include it here as directional, or it could come outside of this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
I do, Mayor Spearman.
Go ahead. Councillor Egan.
So taking into account this directional resolution that could come forward from Councillor Carlson, so we would move it into taxation then, is what I'm understanding? Would that be correct if it went to operating?
Next time we do a budget revision, operating budget revision, this resolution would direct council to consider including it in the operating budget.
So, sorry, it goes back to the confusion that I have then. If we're doing it because of grants, if we move it into the operating, so you're telling me that we would miss out on the grants. Is this not correct?
So the grant funding is part of total available. We have consolidated all of the available funding into one pot of money. So depending on council's decisions, then we'll go away and allocate the funding accordingly. It's not just specific grant, it's the total available capital funding that's available for all the projects in Section D that council needs to consider. So I wouldn't be too concerned, Councillor Higgin, about the type of funding. If council supports this project, it would then reduce the available funding. If they don't support the project, obviously it wouldn't be approved. I think back to Councillor Carlson's recommendation is, but I would need some clarity because I maybe made some assumptions here, is it would be funded for the period of the CIP with the intent to transition it to operating budget in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Ms. Pinkston, perhaps the confusion came around. If I recall, there used to be a provincial parks grant that we used for some of this. Is that correct? I seem to recall there used to be one and the province phased it out or canceled it. And so we just kept it in the capital plan. Is my recollection correct?
Councillor Carlson, there was one many years ago,
Yes.
and it was transitioned out. But this isn't related. This isn't related to that at all. That was an operating grant in the operating budget that was discontinued, and so we had at that time had to transition that piece to taxation. So I'm not sure if that's where the confusion is, but it's yeah, it was part of the operating budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pinkston. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Pinkston, so you said that over time, councils have been slowly moving these types of ongoing operating costs from the CIP into the operating budget, and I clearly understand that that does affect taxation. You did say that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so my question then, when we actually have and deal with the operating budget, is that not a true, clear picture of the cost of operating the city of Lethbridge?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Councillor Morrow.
Okay, we have the corporation, the city of Lethbridge, and we run a business of which there are many departments, many business units. and we tax our residents based on the true operating costs of running the corporation. So my question is the operating budget not a true, or it is the operating budget a true reflection of the costs that the corporation incurs in running the corporation to which the taxpayer then pays taxes? What I'm basically asking, I'm trying to make it as simple. The operating budget will tell the residents clearly what it is every year to operate the city of Lethbridge.
Correct.
More so than anything being in the CIP.
So they're often connected, Councillor Morrow, because if an asset is built, then there are potential operating costs that would be rolled into the operating budget to run or operate the facility. So in this instance, this is about maintaining the assets that support operating the parks.
Right, but I'm sorry, I just want to be clear. So isn't that the point I'm trying to make? Is that if we were to build Project A, the operating costs for that project, whatever that project is, would be reflected in the operating budget. The project cost would be in the CIP. Is that not correct?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
Well,
there's always exceptions, like just depending on the funding source. So sometimes a project might be a little bit blurred in terms of where it resides because of the funding source. And I will use the example of the transit buses. So typically those have been included in the operating budget, but there isn't enough grant funding to fund the electric buses the way that we're being proposed to transition to electric as opposed to diesel. So there are exceptions. Sometimes it's timing. Sometimes the planning documents are included here to kind of give more variety of the projects throughout the process. So in most instances, yes, but there will be exceptions.
Thank you.
Okay. So if that exhausts the questions, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson has introduced with the motion before you. Councillor Carlson?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure how I make an amendment to my own, but because this type of question and confusion comes up all the time, and I tend to agree with my colleagues. I think it was Councillor Moreau who said it'd be nice for somebody to be able to go to the operating budget and say, this is what it costs to run the city. And so I wouldn't mind adding an amendment. I sort of alluded to it earlier, that we deal with this in our capital budget right now, but we do recommend during the next round of operating budget deliberations that this is highlighted for council, just so that they're clear and the community is clear. And they can choose to keep it in capital or they cannot. So I'd recommend that further be it resolved that a recommendation be forwarded to operating budget discussions regarding transitioning ongoing parks asset management from the capital plan to the operating budget. That gives incoming council the heads up, and they can choose whether they want to move it into taxation in the operating budget or leave it where it is, but at least they'll know what they're doing.
That would begin with the 2023 operating budget year. Okay, good.
And I would accept that as a friendly.
Okay, is there a seconder?
Councillor Kaufman would second it if it was amended slightly.
I'm listening.
Thank you. Recommendation be forwarded to operating budget discussions. You're too late into the cycle or into the process. Why not recommendation to the city manager to present a strategy for moving these things from capital to operating? Because if you're already into operating budget discussions, you know, administration hasn't had the direction that is this what we're doing, is this what we're not doing. So I would just think sending it to the city manager and looking towards the strategy of doing this to present it to the next council, absolutely. I 100% agree with the intent here. I'm just thinking just have administration present something to the next council as opposed to putting it in operating budget discussions.
If you have wording that would be that would achieve that, I'd go with it because it achieves the same goal in my mind.
So it should be included as life cycle in the operating budget for parks.
Yes. And then, yeah, doing an excellent job, Ryan. Thank you. I would second that. Thank you.
So it would be, we're not doing a recommendation to the city manager, we're directing the city manager. So basically be it resolved that the city manager present a strategy to include in the park's life cycle during operating budget discussions. Is that where you're trying to achieve, Jeffrey? Councillor Kaufman?
Yes, Councillor Carlson, thank you.
Does that make sense to everyone? Better yet, city manager, does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. Without wordsmithing, the intent is clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor or Acting Mayor Croson.
My hand was up for the main motion. I have nothing to say on this amendments. Thank you.
Okay. I've got about 5 people in the queue. I'm trying to figure out who's there for the main motion and who's there for the amendment. Right now we're at the amendment. The amendment has been accepted by the mover. That makes it a friendly amendment, right? So the motion is amended by consent of the mover. So we're actually discussing the amendment on the screen. So Councillor, Acting Mayor Croson, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I guess he did make his own amendment to his own motion. This is something that I think we have to continue ongoing, whether we put it into operations or we keep it here. As we heard Mr. Hawkins say, we know that without this, we actually get a backlog. And the parks and our infrastructure in the parks is something that our community takes great pride in. And if we don't maintain it, we're simply going to have a lot more money to pay in the future. So this is something that I will support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so are there any questions on the motion as it appears? Just trying to separate question and debate. Yep. Questions?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. My question, when does the next council start their operating budget discussions?
I believe it would be the fall of 2022, but I'll ask our city treasurer.
Mayor Spearman through to Councillor Morrow. So we begin that process in January of 2022 with several kind of report outs and connection points with City Council throughout the year. Deliberations would be in November of 2022.
Okay, so the new council will start their operating budget discussions, you say, in January with a decision in November of this next year. Is that, I want to make sure I heard you correctly.
That's correct.
So this amendment then will lead the discussion by the next council as early as January and as late and a decision made by November, correct?
Correct.
So if we approve this resolution, we are therefore then tying the hands because we're putting it in the CIP for 4 years. So what's the point? The new council will not be able to discuss this in this operating budget of 2022. So I'm thinking it's going to be 2 councils from now that then we'll be dealing with this in the operating budget. Am I correct?
I can't answer the decision of what the next council will decide, but we would amend depending on the decision that they make when the information is presented.
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm trying to get clear in my mind is this amendment clearly states that we will leave the ongoing maintenance cost of $650,000 in the CIP, and it'll be in the 4 years of the 10-year CIP. So we are basically approving 4 years of $650,000 in this CIP. The amendment says that the city manager is going to bring a strategy to the operating budget, which is in January. So what, 7 months from now, whatever, 8 months from now? So what I'm trying to get at is, if we approve the 4 years in the capital budget, how can the operating budget discuss this amendment? City manager, maybe you can help me if you think you know what I'm trying to get at here.
Yeah, perhaps, Ms. Pinkson, if we follow the direction of the resolution, Councillor Moore, my understanding is that the next council would consider that as part of their budget deliberations, should they decide to move that item, Parks Asset Management, into the operating budget. Then we would remove it from the capital budget, and that money allocated through this capital budget, if council so decides, would then be money available inside the capital program. Is that right, Ms. Pinkson?
Correct.
So we could, sorry, Mr. Mayor, my last one. So we could possibly be approving this resolution today, and then in January or February or sometime next year of 2022, the new council will have the opportunity and be able to take year 22, 23, 24, and 25 out of the CIP and put it in the operating?
No, Councilor Moore, I think what they would do is if they decide to fund this Parks Asset Management program out of the next operating budget, once they make that decision, then any money that is currently allocated through the CIP project for years 2023 and beyond would simply revert to being available money inside the capital program.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
No, my hand wasn't up for this. Thank you.
Okay. Questions, Councillor Higgin?
Actually, the city manager answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Miyashiro?
No, I'm up for debate. I thought we were in debate.
No, we're in questions. So are there any further questions from council? Any further questions from council? Okay, now we'll move to debate. The mover is Councillor Carlson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This is one of our top priorities that we have set as a council and other councils before us to maintain our current assets. And so I fully support this resolution.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Great, thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, the mover, for this. What we're looking at is really just moving something probably where it's more appropriate to be. Everything else that we deal with, maintenance and upgrades, are usually come in our asset management, or sorry, in our life cycle part of our budgets. And we life cycle just about everything that we do in the operating budget. I believe that when it says the city manager is going to present a strategy on this movement, it's not going to be approved till November of 22, not in January. So it's not going to happen 6 months from now. The approval of this is going to happen over a year from now, year and a half from now. It makes sense to move this, and I will fully support it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? I will support the resolution myself. Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree that this is very important, and I fully support the parks asset management. I think it's critical to the community. The community loves their parks and green space. But to me, this is totally muddying the water, and it's not giving our residents a true, clear picture of what's going on. We are taking something that is going on year after year after year forever, which should be in the operating budget, as you all agree and you all know, and yet we are still keeping this in the CIP, and we're not making the decision. We're going to say we agree that it should be in operating, but we're going to let next council decide on this. So to me, we're kind of passing the buck here. I totally understand that this will reflect on the taxes, but you know what? We all talk about being open and honest and transparent. This, to me, will make that open, honest, and transparent, because it clearly will tell the public how much of their tax dollars that they pay during the operating budget, how much of that goes to lifestyle or life cycle maintenance, of which this is one. So for that reason, I won't support it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Higgin.
I'd like to propose an amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
And the amendment would be that this is removed from the CIP, and you have to craft this for me, and the 2022 amount, which we know we're gonna have work to do in 2022, that those funds be pulled from the MRSR and then it will be into our discussions for our operating next year.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
I'll second that, Joe.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? Questions?
Question, Mayor Spearman, for Councillor Kaufman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to City Manager designate, it does leave the year 2022 out of the conversation or consideration then?
No.
Is that correct, or is the funding already available for 2022?
No, for 2022, the funding is not. So if I understand the intent of the amendment here, 2022 would need to be worked into that statement. So the funding for 2022 would need to be captured in this amendment. If it's to be funded out of the MRSR for 2022, which I believe is the intent of the amendment, it would have to be stated there.
Yeah, just for 2022. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's the clarification I was looking for, because otherwise there would be no funds provided for asset management, parks asset management for 2022. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, our city treasurer would like to comment.
That's fine. That clarifies my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you have the amendment in front of you. Any debate on the amendment?
I just have one more question. Should it not be clear that the funding for Parks Asset Management should be removed from the capital program. You can't remove Park Asset Management just from the capital improvement program because we haven't actually assigned any funds to it yet. So don't you have to remove the funds that would have been allocated to Parks Asset Management and move and then use that funding from the MRSR instead? Because you still have to prove it somehow, don't you? So all you're doing is saying we're taking the funds out, but you're not actually approving Parks Asset Management. You're approving money. You're not approving the activity.
I'm not
It's
sure.
an amendment, so the initial motion stays in place because it's an amendment. So page 5 is approved in the earlier part if this is amended to it.
If I may, and I would ask Ms. Pinks to weigh in if this is off base, but I think if it was indicated in the amendment that, just taking a quick read of it here, that Parks Asset Management be removed from the capital improvement program, and Parks Asset Management funded for 2022 from the MRSR. I think that would clarify it. I don't think the issue of approving or not a program would be required.
I would take that friendly amendment, Mr. Dalton, if that works with Ms. Pinkson.
Well, it makes more sense now.
If I can just suggest that after capital improvement program, we just add the wording starting in 2023, that it be removed from the capital improvement program starting in 2023.
Okay, and still 2022 from the MRSR. Okay.
Okay, is everybody familiar with the amendment? Understands the amendment? Any questions on the amendment?
Sorry, Mayor Spearman, Councillor Kaufman, question?
Go ahead.
The amendment. Thank you. Just for clarification, the way it reads, Parks Asset Management be removed from the capital program starting 2023 and Parks Asset Management funded for 2022 be from the MRSR. So we're leaving it in the CIP for 2022. The funding source identified will be the MRSR. After 2022, it comes out of the CIP for conversation based on a strategy from the city manager to the next council, correct?
That's my understanding.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Okay. All in favor of the amendment? Oh, Councillor Carlson?
Do we have debate, Your Worship?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I won't be supporting. I think I kind of understand what's being attempted here. My problem is, if we think back to a millennia ago yesterday, we are a community that has one of the lower reserves. That's always been a concern of mine. Pulling dollars out of the reserves for this doesn't make sense when we have some capital dollars to expend on this. Without this amendment, the original strategy, I think, was a sound one, that we approve it because we know that our assets need attention. They need ongoing maintenance and upkeep. And so I think we need to assure that those dollars are there, doing good fiscal planning and stewardship for the community. The second part of the resolution gives the heads up to incoming council that they may want to consider funding this out of the operating budget, and the city manager is going to have a strategy for that. If I was the city manager and I was the council, I would say, excellent, let's phase it in over time. So it's not a one-time increase to the taxpayers. We don't know what the economic state of the world is going to be for that group of folks deciding this. So I can't support this amendment. It reduces our reserves that are already low, and it only gives 1 year of funding. So I greatly encourage my colleagues not to support this amendment.
Anybody else? I'll ask the mover of the amendment to close. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. If we looked at what the discussions have been over the last, I don't know, 15 minutes, it's exactly what this is going to do, with the exception of the funding source coming from MRSR, which is really, my opinion anyways, is operating, or is that reserve. And, you know, for the 650,000, that will give an additional, whatever it is, over 10 years, $6.5 million into the operating. And so I don't have much more to add. I think we've beaten this up enough, and I thought we were all wanting to do something similar to what I've presented, but I will leave it at that.
Okay, question has been called. We'll have a roll call vote on the amendment, please.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Higgin.
In favor.
4 to 5, that's lost.
Okay, so we're back to the original motion without the amendment. Councillor Carlson, I think we were at debate on the original motion when the amendment came through. So we're back to debate.
I had opened, unless there's anything further.
I see no one else in the queue for debate.
And I will just call the vote.
Okay, we'll have a roll.
It's Joe.
Yep.
Joe, you already debated.
No, my hand is up. I was just going to ask if I could ask a question for clarification. And since when are you telling me that I can't debate twice when you seem to debate 3 or 4 times?
Now everybody gets one chance to debate, and we are past the point of questions. But go ahead.
Thank you. I was just asking if I'm beyond that. Thank you. No problem.
Okay, question has been called. Can we have a roll call on the main motion, please?
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
And Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
7 to 2, carried.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next project. It's Pathway System Connections and Extensions. Resolution from Councillor Carlson is be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Plan to include the following: Section D, Community Project, Pathway Systems and Connections, as identified on page 6 of the Community Projects unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Before I ask if there's any questions of my colleagues, as we all know, Lethbridge has an excellent trail system, pathway system, but there are some gaps that do need connecting. If one takes a look at the public feedback, I believe this was one of the projects that most of our community was behind and thought was an excellent idea. So I'm in full support of this, but I don't know if there's any questions from my colleagues.
Questions from council? Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. In the nature of once bitten, twice shy, can you just tell us if there's been some public consultation on which pathways are being built and if there's any concerns from any members of the community on any of these pathways, if we had public consultation?
I can start and then I'll have Mr. Ellis chime in. There has been significant consultation in the past, and this plan, I believe, takes into consideration some of the more recent engagement we had with respect to this particular program. Again, council will recall, or the committee will recall, this is a fairly long-standing program, annualized program as well, but it does reflect recent engagement with a number of the stakeholders specific to the pathway network that resides in the River Valley. But I'd pass it over to Mr. Ellis for any additional comment.
Mayor Spearman, through to the question. Yes, we have done initial stages of consultation with a number of stakeholders before we submitted this, particularly as carryover from discussions last spring. The route or the blockage past the country club remains a concern. It has been for years. There's still suggestions that we can go along the river. However, we don't own any land there. And in order to build something in the river robust enough to withstand floods would be next to impossible and probably destroy the nature that we're trying to protect there. So a connection above the country club is an ongoing discussion, and we'll continue to have that. However, our first priority for the pathway would be along 43rd Street. That was chosen in consultation with the running clubs. Apparently, they would be able to hold marathons much more easily. It would allow them to hold marathon events without having to close so many intersections and impact traffic so much. So they're on board with that. Also, the discussions with the Coaldale to Lethbridge pathway. This provides another connection or an option for entering the city aside from just going onto Parkside Drive.
Thank you for that.
Are there any other questions from council? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll close.
Okay. Anyone want to speak in favor or opposed? I will speak in favor. It is a source of pride in the city, and adding to the asset is something we can do prudently. So I will support continued annual funding for this project. Anyone else? Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll just call for the vote.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to the next project, facility assessment and accessibility upgrades. We'll just wait for the resolution to appear on the screen. $100,000 per year. Okay, moved by Councillor Carlson. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D, Community Project, Facility Assessment and Accessibility Upgrades, as identified on page 7 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As Vice Chair, I'm moving forward all the Section D projects. This one, however, is near and dear to my heart. I'm very pleased to be moving it. Over the years I've been on council, we've always had a focus on making our community accessible for all. I know that in the past, many of the projects that we've done have been based on sporadic funding or when funding can be found. With dedicated funding, we can identify priorities on an ongoing basis and do them on a priority basis. And so I encourage my colleagues to support this.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just a point of clarification. Was it said that the accessibility assessment had been done on all the facilities? Was this part of the work of the Mobility and Accessibility Committee? Is that the group that pulled all this together?
Councillor Miyashiro, it's Carrie Nightingale from Facility Services.
Yeah.
And while this initiative is connected to the work that group is doing, and certainly Facility Services has a part and a role in that group, the initial assessment was done as part of the current CIP cycle. It was the initial step to do the assessment for about 80 facilities. And that is what we have been basing the prioritization criteria on.
Okay, good, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Do we have I don't know if this is to Mr. Hawkins or Ms. Nightingale, do we have a current value of what the outstanding costs would be? What I see here is a phenomenal program. I'm 140% in favor of it. Excuse me, but if we're looking at spending $100,000 a year to upgrade the remaining 20% of facilities, what we're doing is we're recognizing that we're still preventing accessibility. Is this the type of program that we could maybe look at increasing a little bit more funding to it in the next 4 or 5 years of the CIP in order to finish this project as opposed to an ongoing source? Do we know what the outstanding dollar value is probably the starting point for that long question.
Councillor Kaufman, I don't have that figure readily available, but we can certainly provide that.
Thank you. Do you have a ballpark?
I will check with Sam. I believe you're on the line. He's probably opening up his spreadsheet as we speak.
Oh, hi there. Yeah. Councillor Kaufman, there was about $1 million of high priority items identified in the assessment. So certainly there is a lot of work there that could be done. It's important though too to recognize that this is not necessarily the only funding source available to do the projects. It could be used as a matching source of funding as well.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Sam. So if we had, Mr. Kennard, thank you. So if we had $1 million, that would just take care of the high priority changes, facility enhancements that will be required in order to make them accessible. We would still have another schwack of facilities or requirements beyond that then, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson?
I already opened, Your Worship, so I'll wait till the end.
Okay, any further debate? Okay, Councillor Carlson, would you like to close?
I will just call for the vote, Your Worship.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed?
Yeah, Joe.
Okay, do we need to do a roll call? Just, I'll say it's 8-1 unless I hear from anybody else. Okay, move on to the next one. Okay, next one, facility assessment and energy efficiency upgrades. Resolution from Councillor Carlson is be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following: Section D, Community Project, Facility Assessment and Energy Efficiency Upgrades as per page 8 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spurman. I'll open it up to questions, perhaps, before we begin. Through you to Ms. Pinkston. Are we monitoring the, are we broken it?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson, if Mr. Westerson could just flip the screen, we could bring up what the information that we have to date and just walk through it a little bit to show how the screen works.
I thought it just might be a good time to take a look. Yeah, thank you.
So in this instance, you'll see that currently facility assessment and energy efficiency upgrades is on the table. The amount is the 10-year amount. You'll see how the buckets are broken down into 2022 to 2025, and then the next bucket is 2026 to 2029 with 30 and 31 in the last bucket. On the top left-hand funding source is the unrestricted funding that is currently being allocated to the projects that have been approved. That was reduced by $10 million in the OBR, and then the Parks Asset Management, Pathway System Connection, and Facility Assessment and Accessibility upgrades have been approved based on the discussion that's happened thus far, leaving a total of $57.8 million in the first 4-year window.
Thank you for that, Ms. Pinkston. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I thought it was a good time to take a look at how the screen would look. And I did have a question since it's up, if I may, Your Worship. The buckets that are there, the 9.9, the 6.6 in 2026 and 2030, those are fixed and immovable. We can't bring those forward. But the 57.8 that's in the first bucket, that could be pushed out, correct?
That's correct. It would just be unallocated. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Higgin.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just with this this page 8, the maintain current assets ongoing programs, I'm curious to know what the offsetting expense account would be. So we talk about how this is going to affect either utilities in the past or how it's going to affect operating. Well, obviously, if we're putting on these solar panels, etc., there's going to be cost savings in another another operating account. Do we have that somewhere? I don't see it anywhere.
If you refer to the CIP sheet at the bottom, on the CIP sheet, there's the projected net operating costs. In this instance, those are negative, which means that by the 2025, there'd be a $45,000 savings related to should the $1.2 million in the first 4 years be allocated to projects.
So for the 300,000 example in 2023, out of the 300,000, the projected net operating costs, we're going to save only 15,000 by putting in the 300,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the city manager or designate, with the facility assessment accessibility upgrades, as well as this initiative that we're talking about now, will part of the prioritization be based on the asset rationalization program? Not just the pieces that we've talked about, but will that be part of the larger picture as well?
Councillor Miyashiro, I'll defer to Kara if she's still on the line, but I want to make sure I understand the question, and that's that.
Right.
really
Okay,
any infrastructure work that we would be doing. Are you asking if we would take into account the asset rationalization work so that we're not spending money on a facility that we might later recommend be disposed?
Right, and the prioritization being combining a bit of both of what needs it the most plus what facilities you're really needing work now, or facilities that you're not going to need and not do work on those. So that's kind of my, how is all that fitting together?
Right. I would say yes, but I'll defer to Carrie just to.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Miyashiro. Yes, the asset rationalization process that we're undertaking will actually end up feeding into a lot of our decisions, the energy efficiency being one of them. Life cycle and other decisions will be tied to it as far as where should we put our dollars, where do we invest, how do we prioritize. So yes, the two will be tied.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I want to follow up on a bit on Councillor Higgins' question. We have $15,000 a year in net operating costs throughout this project. How conservative is that estimate? And how did we come to that as the net operating cost?
Councillor Croson, I'll defer that specific question to Sam Kennard.
Thanks, Carrie. Councillor Croson, the intent of the program was to try to target a program that would achieve something greater than a 20-year payback, and so that's how we based the projections.
Okay, so we could get more, we could get less, but we're trying to average it out over the 20 years. With regards to that, we'll be doing work on our facilities if this moves ahead. Will it also lengthen the operating use of our buildings? Will it actually help with maintenance at the same time? Or can that be a side effect of this?
Sam, unless you've got an answer, I can take that question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can try to provide an answer there. One example is with our primary focus was to do LED lighting retrofits, and we do anticipate maintenance cost savings by installing those types of fixtures.
Okay. But will it affect the longevity of our infrastructure?
As a whole, we don't anticipate it'll significantly increase the lifespan of the infrastructure, but at least reduce the operating cost for that period of time.
Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, you probably don't have the answer to this, but I thought I'd ask anyway, whoever wants to answer it. Is there any sense that the provincial or federal governments are beginning to offer some kind of programs where we'd be eligible for some funding at this time?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Campbell, we are continuously looking for grant opportunities as they arise and continue to kind of research opportunities. So that's something we're constantly keeping an eye on.
Right. But nothing is sort of rumbling right now.
No, not that I'm aware of at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And I'm not. Some of this question was answered, but I just need some clarification. Usually, we're told roughly a 7 to 10 year when you're putting in solar or other energy efficient products. Within 7 to 10 years, usually you have your ROI, your return on investment within that time. As I look over here, I see it's about 500,000 or maybe less over the 10-year span, and I understand that we're coming in bit by bit, 300 each year, so I can see why that would probably be that way. We're not doing all of the project at once, and so in order to get that return. But do we have a rough time that what the time frame? And I think I heard Sam, and sorry I forgot your last name, Sam. Hope you don't mind me. We talked about like a 20-year. Is that what you're talking about? That this ROI would be like 20 years on these solar or the stuff we're putting in?
So it would be a blended. It wouldn't just be solar lighting retrofits, control system upgrades, low flow plumbing fixtures. It's a combination of items. And again, 20 years is just kind of a low target, just saying what we want to accomplish is something that meets at least this minimum requirement. And of course, we're trying to focus on the items that have shorter paybacks first.
Okay, and I think what I heard is to Acting Mayor Carlson was that these are conservative numbers, I guess, right? Currently that we're speaking about, is that correct?
That's correct.
Awesome, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Are we ready to move to debate? Okay, I'll ask Councillor Carlson to open debate.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I do fully support this motion. I think it's good to invest the dollars in this way. We did something similar many moons ago when we switched our street lighting to LEDs. We've seen tremendous success with that. I think Acting Mayor, Deputy Mayor Campbell, sorry, I'm still trying to learn who's who with the new order, talked about the federal and provincial grants, and I think that's key to this, and these dollars could be used to help match those funds. I think it's a good investment. It also helps us achieve our targets for greenhouse gas emission reductions, and so I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Councillor Morrow?
I guess I should have said this before, and I'll say it just so that anybody watching, the media especially, that they report this accurately. I am voting no to these ongoing programs because I firmly and strongly believe that this should be part of our operating budget and not our capital, not our CIP. These projects all have significant value. I would normally support them, most of them, but not under the CIP, and for that reason, I am not supporting this or the previous ones or any other that I believe should be and are labeled ongoing. They should be in the operating budget because it would clearly, as I said before, paint a true picture of what the operating costs of our city is. Whereas right now we're putting a lot of stuff, in my mind, in the CIP. So I won't support this or any other ongoing costs that I believe should be in the operating budget.
Thank you. Anybody else? I see no one. I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I have nothing further. I just ask my colleagues to support.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed?
Yeah, Joe.
Anyone else? Okay, it carries 8-1. Thank you. We'll move on to the next one. Fritz-Sick pool renovation. I believe, Councillor Miyashiro, you're going to declare conflict of interest?
I am, Mayor Spearman. My workplace is co-located with the pool.
Okay, thank you.
I will check out right now.
Okay, if you can, we'll contact you when we finish with this item. Okay, we have the resolution on the screen, moved by the Vice Chair, Councillor Carlson. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommends that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project: Fritz-Sick pool renovation as identified on page 9 of the community pool projects unfunded. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. This project is not the ultimate goal, but it is a short-term fix for what we know are issues with Fritz-Sick pool and some of the ongoing issues. I think this will provide some continuity to that facility and for the users of that facility until we can get a better plan. And I'm hoping going forward, Council will support the Civic Commons comprehensive plan because that will allow us to do better planning. But I think in the short term, this is necessary to ensure that that facility survives long enough to provide the service that our public is expecting. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, questions? I have a question. This is an aging asset. If it was decommissioned, what would be the impact on the city and on user groups? Could I wonder if, is there somebody who could answer that question?
Yes, Mayor Spearman, it's Robin Harper with Recreation and Culture. The impact would be there's approximately, on average, about 50,000 users annually that access this facility. It is co-located with the senior center, so it is heavily used by that demographic. There are also at least one, possibly two, youth swim clubs that use it as their home and training center. So those would be the impacts to the community groups and community.
And it's the opinion of administration that this $530,000 is a good investment now before we've made a final decision on the facility itself.
Mayor Spearman, yes, we think that this this option will allow us to get it to a state where it will effectively run until such time as we can have a long-term plan in place to have a replacement available for that facility.
Okay, and my final question is: there's no practical way to accommodate the existing 50,000 users per year at other facilities within the city?
They always have access to those other facilities. However, the location of this one provides for that access to the downtown area. There's also low-income residents that in the downtown area that make use of this facility. So the location of it is key for that demographic that makes use of it. But like I indicated, they always have the ability to access the other facilities, but being able to get there to those other facilities might be a problem.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. I'm just wondering, probably to Mr. Harper, what's the definition of the short-term fix? I mean, in terms of how long do you expect that the renovations would go on? And is this where you would, try to find a local company that would do the work, or would it be brought out to tender? And what kind of guarantees can we get to make sure that we go as long as you want it to go?
Our hope is that it would last. Our plan is that it would last until such time as we have a new facility in place to replace it. As far as the work being done, the basin work is probably a little bit more specialized, so it would definitely be put out to tender. Some of the other work, as far as accessibility goes, could probably be done by local contractors.
So, I mean, are we talking 5 years that it'll last? Do we have a sense?
That's what our thought is that 5 to 6 year window.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson?
Sorry, it's Joe. I have a question. My hand's up.
Okay, go ahead.
To the city manager, have we considered selling this LSCO building?
To my knowledge, we have not, Council Morrow.
Thank you.
Any final questions? Okay, Councillor Carlson, debate.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I already opened, so I'll open it up for other debate.
Any other members of council wish to debate? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will be supporting this resolution. If you remember, and I think all of us councillors received many emails and calls regarding or from the different swim groups and others that frequent this location. As Mr. Harper indicated, also it's an area downtown that is easily accessible to those in the downtown area, as well as those that obviously cannot make it to or have the means to make it to some of our other facilities. I think it's in my opinion, a reasonable cost to keep this going until we do have a decision going forward. And if we're looking at the review that went out, or the raw data from our what do you call it, our questionnaire that went out, it was actually the top topic from what I've seen, with an approval rating of almost 73%. So for that reason, I think it's important that we keep this, and I will be supporting it.
Anybody else? Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. We know when the YMCA closed downtown that this left the Fritzick as the only downtown swimming pool, public swimming pool. And we heard from people even back then and throughout this entire process of how important having that accessible downtown swimming pool is to people. Never mind the various groups that use it, the community groups who are there, but just the individuals as well. And I think it is vital that we keep this operating until we figure out a better long-term plan, knowing that need is there. So I will absolutely be in support of this.
Anybody else? Okay, Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I won't reiterate anything that's been said, but I agree with it all, and so I ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That motion passes unanimously, 8-0, and we will invite Councillor Miyashiro back to the meeting.
Back.
As soon as we get confirmation that Councillor Miyashiro is back, we will continue the meeting. He says
I think he already said.
Okay, you're back? Perfect. We're now on Nikiyuko Japanese Garden Pathway. The resolution from Councillor Carlson is be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project. Nikiyuko Japanese Gardens Pathway, as identified on page 10 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Maybe we'll have some questions on this, because I have one through you to the city treasurer, if I can. 2026, and I realize that we have a resolution tabled or postponed in council that may affect this, but as it stands, we're approving the first, 4 years of a CIP. 2026 would be outside of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So what we're basically doing with this one is keeping it on the books, highlighting it as a project that needs work, but that it identifies it as a necessary project, but gives some time for funding sources to be identified and future council to look at it. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Carlson. It demonstrates the earmarked in the 10-year plan, and that it would need to be reconsidered should council approve 2022 to 2025.
Thank you. And final question, this won't affect any of the funding we have available.
The available funding that I highlighted earlier, yesterday I guess it was, is the funding available in the period of 2022 to 2025.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question for the city manager as designate. When we see $601,000, is that in 2026 dollars that we're estimating that?
All of the dollars, Councillor Higgin, in the Section D are in 2022 dollars. And yeah.
Okay, so 601, if there's an increase of 10% over time, then we would just add that on. So that is not 2026 dollars. Okay, so the next question I would have is if this RFQ goes out, comes back, and say, for example, it's 400,000. I think I know the answer to this, but if you can just confirm, that just goes back into the CIP budget. Is that correct?
Any surpluses would be reallocated for available future funding.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? So, Ms. Pinkston, I just want to get clarification. If we approve a project outside of the 4-year window and it doesn't impact the available funds in the first 4 years, what's the purpose of the project being considered at this time and not in the next CIP?
The MGA requires that we have a 5-year forecast. So, and we achieve that through our 10-year CIP. So it's about demonstrating kind of what projects are supported by council at this point in time, but it's really more of an earmark to show planning and forecasting within the 10-year plan, and then council approves the first 4 years. That's typically how it's been done in the past.
And the next city council would confirm this project if it went ahead. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Okay, move on to debate.
Just a quick question, Mayor Spearman, Councillor Kaufman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to the treasurer, then how does this appear in the next iteration of CIP? Does it come as a project confirmed by previous council, or does it just go into the hopper and the next group starts from scratch again?
It would go back in the hopper.
so to speak, yeah. The reason I ask that is if we identify it as being part of the 5-year capital plan, which you are required to provide to the province, that's only for as of today. When the CIP comes up for deliberation by the next council, it would just be another project that's sitting in there, correct?
That's correct. It's really just a forecast or a plan that's as of what council approves as of this period of time, and then the next 6 years are really an earmark to identify potential need in the future, and then all of those projects are reconsidered by the next city council.
Excellent, thank you. Just a quick question for a quick answer from Mr. Hawkins. The verbiage attached to this says that this was identified in 2010. Of course, he wanted to address it prior to the 50th anniversary celebrations, putting us off now to 2026. So 16 years after it was first identified. We don't have any critical infrastructure failure here. We'll just continue to do the fill-in on probably an annual basis until that point. There's nothing we could tap into in terms of granting or funding to move this forward, to just take care of it.
Not that we're aware of, Councillor Kaufman. So
okay,
this is it's just forecast to need a replacement at that time.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
I have one.
Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
What's the consequence if we voted this down? What would happen if this was not supported? Can someone tell me?
In the past CIP, we included a tab or a section called projects considered but not approved, and they're listed in that section if council doesn't support them.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Higgin?
Actually, that was exactly my question is I guess to further that, then we talk about this hopper. So if it's approved, it stays on the paper. If it's not approved, it still gets put into a book to be looked at for the next CIP. Is that correct?
Correct.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to the city manager, the project number 5, 6, 7, and 8, and I guess I'm just kind of looking more at the wording of these. Under the title major program, for those 5, 6, 7, and 8, it says maintain current assets dash ongoing programs. And when you look at the funding, it is shown that there's a dollar amount in every one of the 10 years. When we get to item number 8, the maintain current assets ongoing programs for the Fritzig pool and for the Japanese garden that we're discussing and a few others that are coming, it still says the same, maintain current assets and ongoing programs. Why do we have that wording when, in this particular case and in some of the others that follow, we are only spending money in 1 year, which is, in my mind, considered a one-time capital cost? This is where I'm struggling with the ongoing versus one-time capital. So am I kind of focusing too much on just the wording? Because to me, if we approve something 1 year in the CIP, that is not an ongoing program. So maybe can you explain to me why we have the wording ongoing programs on projects on paper where we only spend 1 year?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Morrow. So we've tried to bucket programs into different categories, as you can see on the D2 related to unfunded. It really, this section is about maintaining current assets, which this pathway that needs to be replaced is a current asset that we need to maintain. And so it's a combination of maintain current assets and ongoing programs in this first section.
Okay, so with this particular one, we're doing this in, if we approve this, would be 2026. It's a one-time cost to maintain that particular asphalt that needs to be repaired. I'm struggling. Are we setting aside another $660,000 the other years for other asphalt that might need repairing? This is where I'm struggling. Some are in CIP for 10 years, which I consider operating. Some are CIP one-time projects. Some are CIP ongoing one-time projects, but still considered ongoing. It's confusing to me. So help me understand this. We are only approving $660,000 one time.
That's correct for this specific project, yes.
But yet we call it ongoing.
Well, it's part of the maintain current assets. There's two categories within one heading.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and I've withdrawn my question. Thank you.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you very much, Ms. Pinkston, for some of your explanations around this, because this is something that, even if we approve, isn't really going to be built in these years and would have to be reapproved by the next council. But I'm thinking of something you said yesterday, that when we're looking at the CIP, it's important to think about having projects in various stages in case money becomes available. So if we were to approve this and it goes into the 5-year long-term plan, and I'm being quite like, this is not going to happen, but if somebody came forward with a grant that said, I want to give you a grant that has to be applied to Japanese history in southern Alberta, we would have something that we could pull out of the hopper and say, hey, we have something that would fit that bill because it's in the long-term plan. Is that part of the reason that we would have the long-term plan, is just to be prepared in case something like that happens?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Croson.
So it's giving ourselves the flexibility, even if it's not going to be built in this term.
If that funding came forward, we would come back to council requesting permission to advance this project into the approved CIP window.
Thank you. Now I have a better understanding of why we do that long-term planning. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Any further questions? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I truly appreciate Councillor Croson's last question, because it was going to be most of my debate. That while this is outside of approved funding, earmarking these projects as priorities allows either the outside group or our administration to explore options for funding should they come available. We've been very successful with these in the past. I think the transit terminal may have been one. Exhibition Park, the exhibition project is another. When we highlight those projects as priorities that we know are necessary, and this one's been identified now for I think 11 years, that it needs some work, needs to be done, it allows those options to be explored. So while we're not currently approving the outlay of funds for this, I think it's important to identify it as a needed project. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, any debate? I will support this project. I think there's been tremendous interest in our Nikayuko Japanese gardens, and I think it was named as one of the top 10 gardens in Canada. I think I'm a little worried about postponing this for 5 years, but if we can get this work done ahead of time, if grants come available, that would be tremendous. I take note of the comments in the very last paragraph that say current pathways are sufficient as a park pathway, but to their understanding may not be suitable for a high standard Japanese garden. And if we're promoting this as a tourist asset and one of the top 10 gardens in Canada, I hope that we will continue to fund maintenance that's necessary to maintain that standard. So I will be supporting this resolution. Anyone else? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. You know, right at the beginning here, as we were going through questions, I was kind of not in support, not that I'm not in support of the project, but as far as dealing with it at this time, because I thought it could come back forward or come back again in the future. But a comment about getting grant funding and having something in place, I guess is important, and so that if funding does come available, we have something to allocate that to if it's on the books. And so for that reason, although we're not going to be the next council will decide if it's going to go through, I would support the resolution as it stands.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. We just put a bunch of money into building a pavilion and upgrading that whole front of entrance of the Japanese garden. The people at the garden told us that the pathway is in dire need of upgrading, and for us to fix it so that it, like you said, it becomes a higher grade, higher class garden. I think we need to fix this if we want to keep this as a valuable asset that we have. Fully support this.
Any further debate? I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
I call for the vote, Your Worship.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? Is that unanimous? Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next project. PSCC secondary site renovations. Just wait for the resolution to be updated on the screen.
Mayor Spearman,
Yes.
those of us at home can probably grab a quick break when needed. I just want to check and make sure that you and the folks in chambers don't need any time, or if anyone online needs some time.
I might need a break after this resolution. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the resolution is on the screen. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project. PSCC secondary suite renovations as identified on page 11 of the community projects unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. Perhaps we'll open it up to questions. One quick one from me. We have the third fire hall up for discussions, which I think included a secondary PSCC. Am I misremembering that?
Through his worship to Councillor Carlson, yes, it was included in one of the options. It was a significant price, and this was put in to upgrade the present location so that it would be viable for the next few years until the construction of a new facility could be built.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Westerson. So what you're saying is this would be necessary regardless of whether council proceeded with that?
Currently, we do not. Yeah, currently the current site does not meet the existing requirements to actually operate out of. It was when we moved into the new fire hall in 2011. The equipment and computers and tools were brought over from the old police station and put into the basement of the old courthouse and jammed into one room. It's insufficient to the task at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Looks like this would be used on a regular basis for training purposes. Yeah. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To City Manager Designate. So used for training purposes and used in the case of unnecessary redundancy. So if there was a problem at the current PSCC, staff would move over here. Are those the two primary reasons, or the two reasons that this would be utilized?
That's correct, yes. The primary one is the redundancy. The secondary one would be the training, but I'd ask Mike or Conrad if there's anything to add there, but short answer, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we didn't approve this, what kind of hardships would there be with not doing that? Maybe this will go to Mr. Westerson.
To Councillor Campbell through his worship. In reality, what is occurring right now is we have 6 people jammed into a room that is barely large enough to fit 4 or 5. The equipment that we utilize is mounted on the walls. We're in the present throes of upgrading all of our electronic systems to a next generation 911 so that we'll be able to handle all the new data and upgrades to the systems and demands that the citizens are putting on us to be able to manage. And without upgrading the systems and being able to move to a different area to be able to do that properly, we will be very hard pressed to be able to meet our needs.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Following up on Deputy Mayor Campbell's question, what risks would we have if we didn't do this? And how often would you perceive in a year that this would be used?
To Councillor Crowson through his worship, right now we are mandated by legislation to actually operate out of the alternate PSCC a minimum of twice a year. We usually do it at least 4 times a year for at least 24 hours just to confirm the operation capability. We try to maintain that at a minimum right now because of the tight orders, especially during COVID. The equipment that's in there, as I stated, was brought over in 2011, and it's all past its lifespan. At present, we may be required to use it more than 4 times a year, but in reality, that's what we do. We usually do training out of the facility that we use every year to train our new recruits, and that usually takes at least 2 to 3 weeks where we have opportunity to have them operate out of that facility, but we haven't had a new recruit class because of the changes for AHS and because of COVID.
So we are legislated to have a secondary site, and this is just about improving that site?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. 2 quick questions. What happens to the space and the equipment, etc., if the 3rd Avenue full build-out is approved? Is it all throwaway costs, or can that equipment be reutilized?
To Councillor Carlson through the mayor, right now our plan is that we will be able to reutilize most of our electronic equipment and bring it over there to any new construction we would use, as well as the desks and other equipment. Any renovations to the site would bring the old courthouse facility up to current standards and provide it for further use for the city in the future.
Okay, thank you. Final question. What is the other line item? It's only $47,000 out of the budget, but I've been trying to figure out what it is.
So as stated, right now we actually occupy the west end of the facility, and in order to move some of our existing equipment and stuff to the other end, we'd have to do some changes in wiring and updates to electronic systems that are presently in place, and just moves, and that's part of the cost that would be used to accommodate that.
Okay, so that shouldn't just be in the construction, I guess.
It won't be for the construction purposes. It won't go to a contractor for construction. It'll go to a contractor that's going to be used for electronics. That's a separate contractor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like you've got a pretty good idea of what you're doing. What's the $81,000 for consultative services?
Quite frankly, Your Worship, I don't have the exact numbers for it right now, but I can get that back for you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miyashiro?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Spearman. Mr. Westerson, does this building have an independent emergency power supply?
To Councillor Miyashiro through his worship, yes, it does. There's an auxiliary power unit as well as a unified power source in there to provide power backups to this facility if there's ever a power outage.
So it's a long-term one, like a alternative fuel source or something, right?
It actually, I believe it's diesel right now, but yes.
Okay, Okay, great. So I guess you'd get rid of that cathode ray tube monitor on the wall?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Forgive me, Mr. Westerson, if this question has been asked, but are we in an all or nothing situation here that if, in relationship to the Station 3 request, if we were to deliberate that one first, would that not provide us with some ideas to the necessity of this?
To Councillor Kaufman through his worship, the fact of the matter is, any construction of a replacement for the Station 3 would take a number of years to put in place. And at this point in time, we are at bare minimum capacity to being able to meet the legislation to be able to operate at the facility as it exists today. There is a significant amount of money that we would be able to carry over into the new facility, but to be able to operate in a proper manner, we are going to be required to do something here.
Thank you. Just on your statement, bare minimum capacity, have we been advised by the province that we are close to not being in compliance?
We haven't been advised that we're not in compliance, but if we go ahead and have our next audit is not this coming year, but the year after, I would suggest that we would probably be very difficult to meet that audit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Miyashiro. Councillor Miyashiro.
Sorry, I didn't take my hand down.
Okay. Okay, we ready for debate? Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will close.
Okay, any debate from councillors? I will support this resolution. I think we do need to have a backup system that's effective, and the equipment definitely is obsolete. So, and we need an appropriate training center. If it's needed for the next 3 to 4 years to back up our PSCC, the $700,000 might be $700,000 well spent. So I will support this resolution. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm actually going to take the opposite side. I'm not going to support this at this time. We have something that is functioning at this time. We put aside the $10 million for things that are essential. So we know that if we do not make the audit next time, there would be money set aside for something like this. And so at this time, I will not be supporting this.
Okay. Any further debate? I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. The photos attached to this did sway me. I was on the fence, leaning a bit towards not funding this because I thought we should have the discussion around station number 3. But seeing the photos and hearing the rationale about the necessary upgrades needed to ensure that we have this and that we are in compliance, and my questions were answered around, are these all throwaway dollars? And they would not be. Much of it could be reutilized. So I will support this at this time.
Okay, question's been called. I think we should have a roll call vote. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Carried 6-3.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 2:59. Do you want to take a break till 3 o'clock? Or 10-minute break?
Yeah, that's a 1-minute break, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll return at 3:10, okay? Thank you.
The sound check. Can anyone hear us online?
Can so hear you.
Thank you very much.
Is everybody back? Maybe we can do a roll call. Do you want to start with a roll call?
Acting Mayor Croson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
I'm here.
Mayor Spearman.
Present.
Vice Chair Carlson. Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Hagan.
Present.
Councillor Morrow.
Yes, I'm here, but I'm sorry I need to leave the meeting for the rest of the day. So I apologize to my colleagues and the administration, but I have to leave. So just thought I'd let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Here.
Councillor Parker.
Here, I think Councillor Carlson has a little internet guy from Shaw's coming, or the person from Shaw is coming. So he did forewarn us before, so I think he might be coming back shortly. But I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 8 of the 9, and Councillor Morrow would be leaving.
Okay, so my understanding is Councillor Carlson is not online at this time.
Sorry, Your Worship, I was a bit late.
Oh, you're back now? That's awesome.
Sorry.
Good.
Right. Yeah.
Good. Okay, we're at Mountain View Cemetery Irrigation Automation. And we have the resolution. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D, Community Project, Mountain View Cemetery Irrigation Automation, Blocks A to G, as identified on page 12 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spurn. I'm not sure if there are questions on this. I had one. Is there currently automatic irrigation in this section? Is this I guess the question is this installing something new, or is this replacing something failing?
So this is Hiroshi Okubo speaking. It is an extension of the current. We do have a section that already is automated, and this will be another addition to the automated areas.
And thank you for that. Would there not then be any savings if this becomes automated? If we don't have to have folks out there running pipes and changing things?
Not really. Sorry, not really, because we still have the rest of the cemetery hand irrigated by hand pipe. So there may be somewhat savings, but not to necessarily to manpower, because we would be still utilizing the same staff to cut and look after the rest of the cemetery.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And in terms of the community request for this, this area is currently being maintained, but it's due to manual labor. Have there been any requests from the community for this particular project?
So back in 2007, there was an automation process started at Mountain View Cemetery. At that time, it was delayed, the funds were repurposed for other more priority type work. which was the night water or elimination of night watering and irrigating school fields. So we put that on hold, and now I guess it's time to ask again. So this is converting about 9 acres more to automation. So that would help, I guess, bring the standard up of the Mountain View Cemetery to the other areas that are already currently irrigated, as well as St. Patrick's and Royal View Memorial Cemetery, which are already automated.
Okay, thank you. My next question is to Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dalton, this would look like a city operational project. How does it wind up as a community project?
Thanks, Your Worship, and I think I'll defer to Ms. Pinkston if she can help clarify how we classify projects, and perhaps Mr. Hawkins, you might be able to help there as well, please.
Mayor Spearman, so Section D used to be called Community Services, which is all projects that are being proposed under a specific type of funding. So it's not necessarily just community in the word as in like community groups. This is really about our community services section. And this is an asset that we currently maintain, and so this is the section that it falls under. It doesn't fit under transportation. It doesn't fit under the utilities. This is where everything else ends up.
And council has to prioritize it with all the others. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Kugo, for the information. Just for clarification, did you say this was in the previous CIP?
It was in the bigger CIP back in 2011 under parks. Cemeteries used to be under parks, and this was one of the projects or one of the items that was identified that needed to be completed or to go forward with. But at that time, it was reprioritized.
Was it approved by council in 2011?
As a bigger parks asset upgrades.
Okay.
It wasn't identified as a specific project in that, but it was like a bigger overall parks.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go back and take a peek at that one. Thank you. If we're not creating any operational efficiencies by doing this, from your response to Deputy Chair Carlson, is there not something else that we could be dedicating $470,000 to that would create or benefit for operational efficiencies?
There would be savings of water conservation, as well as in our master plan, we identified that all the cemetery, we identified our cemeteries as a cemetery system rather than individual cemeteries. And because our other cemeteries are at that level, are becoming that level of automation, so we're proposing that this one should be upgraded as well. So it will be a process. It won't be like all our cemeteries will not be automated right away. It'll be like a process. And so this is, we've been, I guess it's been 10 years or so, or over 10 years. So we thought this was a project that we should bring forward at this time. Again, probably the next project would be another 10 years or so. One of the issues that we run into is all our cemetery or the other cemeteries or other areas are done by hand pipe. So it's all moved by hand. And we're running into the issues where nobody's making hand pipe anymore or making hand pipe. So what we did is when all the schools were automated. We took all the pipe that we could find, and we've actually kind of hoarded it at one of our cemeteries. And then we're in the we're coming to the point where we're running out of the hand move pipe, and we're going to have to look at other different innovative ways to water going forward. We do have enough for now, but eventually some of the old pipes that we're using are going to start failing. A lot of that pipe is probably, I'd say 40 years plus. So we will be running into some issues with finding hand move pipe.
Okay.
Councillor Kaufman, it's Doug Hawkins. There is a very modest operating cost savings associated with that, and it has just not been identified on the sheet. If I refer council to page 15, which is the Parks Irrigation Central Controller, which is a similar kind of project where we're trying to optimize and further automate irrigation systems in the community. There is some savings identified there. They are not substantial in the context of the overall parks or the cemetery system, but there is some savings. I think if we can go away and actually quantify that a little better, I think, and make sure that is captured on the sheet. But at this particular point, yeah, I think it is not significant. It would be in less than 10, in the single digit thousands of dollars, typically on seasonal employment and water savings. The project in itself is all about efficiency, improving the efficiency in the operation of the cemetery and modernizing it, but not a substantial offset.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hawkins. I guess if council is being asked to make a decision based on 3 paragraphs, the response that you and Mr. Okubo gave satisfy most of the curiosity. That, in my humble opinion, should actually be the verbiage that's included here. When it was identified that we're using an antiquated system and we're stockpiling old pipes, awesome. That maybe should be identified in the sheet. You know, it's just, again, it's one of those things. I recognize that your staff are putting together technical description, location, purpose, justification. The reality is, if this is additional information that you have, throw it in there, please. So it might just make things easier for us to assess it prior, for consideration. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. I imagine that this will go to Mr. Okubo. I just noticed on the survey and some of the comments made reference to natural grasses and plants that you wouldn't need to water much. I just wanted to get your response to what some people were saying about that.
So are you talking specifically about Mountain View Cemetery or the other cemetery?
Yeah, Mountain View, and that natural grasses and plants could make it so that you didn't have to water so much.
Well, Mountain View Cemetery is considered more of the, I don't want to say throwback, but some of the different levels type cemetery where everything there is irrigated. We don't have any sections that are actually not irrigated. Whereas like Royal View has green, non-irrigated sections. So Mountain View, pretty much 60 some acres of burial space is all irrigated and watered.
So going natural would not be the way to go.
Not necessarily. That would be quite a different service level, I guess.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Okay. Any further questions from council? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll close.
Okay. I will support this project. I think it's maintaining an asset. We've heard that the equipment that's being used to maintain the cemetery is old and dated and needs replacement, and if it needs replacement, you might as well use the current technology. So I will support this project. Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you. I'll support this also, but I was totally prepared to not support this based on the description in our binder. I'm glad that Councillor Kaufman brought up the issues that he did, because what was described to us verbally is not what we have written. And I think moving forward, we need those descriptions so we don't have to drag this information out of people in order to make our decisions. However, now that we do have a more fulsome explanation, I will support this.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Croson?
Thank you. Yes, I will be supporting this. I recognize how new irrigation systems are making things like hand moves and other types of irrigation systems obsolete. And pretty soon we will not be able to replace or fix or have anything that we can use out there. And that in time, this is going to be the system we're going to have to use. So doing it in a more planned, staged manner makes more sense than having to all of a sudden do it quickly because we didn't do it in small steps. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I too will support this, but I echo the comments of my previous colleagues here regarding what is in the binder and what we're actually have been told today. It is my hope as well that we will realize more savings, because I know I used to do this, changing irrigation pipes over the summertime, and I know the amount of time that takes, and so I struggle with the net savings not possibly being what I believe they should be. But then again, this is not my line of work. I'm here to deal with the information that's in front of me, but it would be definitely my hope that those savings, there'd be more savings realized by switching to this irrigation. So with that, I will support.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to debate? Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Yes, water conservation, pipe upgrade, some operational savings, integrated with another CIP project. Great information. Thank you to Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Okubo for explaining that to us and for adding it. And I will just echo Councillor Miyashiro on his statement about having the information present for consideration when the document arrives. Thank you. I will support the motion as well.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate the debate from my colleagues, and they convinced me. So I call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? I hear none. I believe that Councillor Morrow has left, so that would be 8-0. Okay, we'll move on to Henderson Ice Center upgrade. We'll just wait for the resolution to appear on the screen. Okay. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following: Section D Community Project, Henderson Ice Upgrade, as identified on page 13 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. If I can have a question through you to the city manager or designate. I'm assuming that the consultative services in 2022 are design. Is my assumption correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harper. Appreciate that. Through you, your worship, to city manager or designate. I realize that the current layout isn't ideal. but I'm just curious, what would the impact be to move this entire project 3 years further out? So the design work is done in 2024, preparing for the this future council's CIP. So they have design in front of them, and they know exactly what they're approving. With more, I'll just leave it at that.
The arena, the way it stands now is operational. Obviously, we just upgraded the refrigerated slab, new boards, glass, and more high efficient lighting. We've improved some of the mechanical systems in the back end. The impact would be that it would continue to exist with the current dressing room layout, which are small, not very functional, not a very good officials room that does not have the amenities that should be, as well as dedicated proper female change room. So I mean, it would continue to operate as is. It would just be the functional upgrade to it would be delayed.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Harbour. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, so how much have we spent already on these? The other upgrades look like they are all like mechanical upgrades, and I can see those being absolutely necessary. And I'm just concerned when I look at almost a $6 million price tag for what appears to be dressing rooms. Is there, what am I missing here?
The cost includes obviously the addition of the 4 dressing rooms, renovations of the existing dressing room spaces to make them more functional, as well as costs associated with upgrading utility services, some demolition as required, and then also materials testing, et cetera. So it's not just the addition of the 4 dressing rooms. It's retrofitting and renovating the existing to make them more functional, and utility service upgrades as well. The other piece of this too that is included in the plan is to provide some accessible washroom facilities to the SLP skate park, which would be accessible from the outside near the park area, so they would not have to use the arena washrooms for use.
Okay. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think we asked this during another round of questioning. I'll ask again. We have a portable self-cleaning washroom somewhere in storage, I think. Do we not?
I believe there is, but I'm not exactly sure where that is right now.
I'm not either.
Councillor Carlson?
Yes. Hi,
it's Carrie Nightingale from Facility Services, and yes, we do have the the washroom that was formerly installed in downtown Lethbridge. It is still in existence, and it's currently being stored down at the wastewater treatment plant.
Is it in theory, if not in practicality, would it be possible for that to be put on site for the use for the skateboard folks? I know that site is incredibly well used.
I would think that is an option, Councillor Carlson, like you said, in theory. Yes. Now, in practicality and how it would be utilized is another question.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Now, Mr. Harper, did LOSA not get a bunch of money to build a boardroom meeting room facility at the south end of Henderson Ice Arena?
They applied for and were approved for community capital project grant as a portion of the cost for that project. However, their additional matching funding application was not approved.
Oh, okay.
So that project, as of now, is on hold as their matching funding fell through.
So this project, I just need clarification. This project will have 4 equal-sized dressing rooms with separate shower facilities, a separate change room for female hockey players, and a larger officials room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
I believe Councillor Higgins' hand would.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it was for a question or.
Councillor Higgins, did you have a question or debate?
No, for debate. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Or sorry, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to debate. Councillor Higgins.
Oh, Your Worship, before we get into debate, I was going to put forward an amendment
Good.
to push this out to push this out by 4 years so that the consultative services begin in 2025, so that a design is ready for future council to look at in 2026 for their approval. And I'll look for a seconder for that, because if I'm the only one thinking of starting later on this one, I'll just not bring it forward.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Councillor Carlson, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Okay, so that is to delay consultative services until 2025. Any discussion, any questions on the amendment? Okay, discussion, debate?
I have a question about that.
Oh, you had a question? Go ahead.
Oh, about the amendment, but Councillor Higgins ahead of me.
I'm actually in for debate later, Councillor Mayor.
Okay, the question on the amendment is to, I think, someone, city manager designate. So what does that do for the functionality of that arena? Does that, what's the effect of delaying this by 5 years?
I mean, as I stated earlier, Councilor Michiro, it is still functional the way it is now. Obviously, we've upgraded some of the major components of it, including the floor, refrigerator floor, boards, glass, lighting. For anybody that is familiar with that facility, the existing dressing rooms are very small, not laid out very well, shared shower, washroom facilities. It's difficult to host any type of large or older groups there, just because of the size of the rooms. So we'd still be able to use it. We still have bookings in there. It's just it's not very functional the way it is right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Our city treasurer had a comment. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Spearman. I'm just looking for clarification. Could we, if the intent is that this project not proceed, then it would be my recommendation that we identify the dollar amounts and add some sort of statement about the rest of it to remain unfunded. Typically, if a project straddles or is approved within the first year, it is assumed to be approved, and so just wanted to make sure we clarify if it's council's intention not to proceed with this project, then we just maybe amend the resolution slightly if that's the intent of Councillor Carlson.
Thank you for that, Ms. Pinkston. you can provide the wording. My intent was to do the design, get good information, and refine the costs and what should go into this facility, and leave that in the hands of future council to decide on. That was my intent. So if you could provide wording to that.
So be it resolved that the design in the amount of $627,000 be delayed to 2025, and further that the remaining construction be unfunded.
If that makes sense to everyone.
Okay, and that makes sense to the seconder, Councillor Campbell?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions before we move to debate on the amendment? Councillor Higgin, you're still in for debate? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, we'll move to debate on the amendment. Start with Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you for bringing this amendment forward. Mind you, I will not be supporting this for many of the comments that were just made earlier. It is not functional now. One of the reasons not functional, women's dressing rooms do not have women's dressing rooms. There's currently gang showers in there. It's so as you want to see 1972. It's not functional. This is not really right going forward. Women's hockey is picking up in the community, and it's in order to have that continue forward, we do need a functional facility. Furthermore, construction jobs now when people are companies are needing the work and needing those employees are needing the jobs. I think the price now, as we know, as it goes over time, is going to greatly go up. I know I'm a little biased as I use that facility quite regularly, and I myself being, and I'm sure Councillor Mearshire will know this is just as much, I'm directed to myself and a few other players to dress in the dressing rooms of the referees and away from your team, as there's no space. There's space for 6 or 7 out of your 15 people, so you're putting people all over the place, and again, it's just not functional. This is extremely important that we get this done sooner than later. Again, going back to the ability to grow our women's hockey and to get rid of these gang showers and put in showers of the day. So with that, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro?
Yeah, I have to echo what Councillor Higgins said. I think this needs to be changed. The configuration really isn't workable as well. There's narrow hallways. The ramp is not functional. Now that the equipment room and mechanical room has been upgraded, I think it needs to be done. Because we're not looking at building a new rinks in Lethbridge for some time, because we won't have enough money. I think upgrading some of our older facilities is an excellent alternative. And Councillor Higgin has to sit in a different room because his goalie equipment really smells bad. I just thought I'd add that.
Okay. Any further debate? Okay. We'll do the vote on the amendment by roll call.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
I've been convinced by Councillor Miyashiro. I'm against this.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
And I believe Councillor Morrow is not on Teams anymore. Councillor Miyashiro.
Sorry, opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Opposed.
That's 1 to 7. That's lost.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion. So, as originally stated, moved by Councillor Carlson. Any further questions on the main motion?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
If we were to fund this, how much more life would we get out of that building? How many more years are we looking at?
Mr. Harper?
I would, my estimate would be 25 to 30 minimum. I would defer to Ms. Nightingale if she has any further comments to add on that. We did review the structure of it, the main structure, and it is sound. So structurally there's nothing wrong with it. Ms. Nightingale, would you have anything further to add to that?
Yes, I would agree with your estimation, Robin. I think 25 to 30 years is definitely reasonable. We've done some life cycle upgrades to the building in the past couple of years to keep it operating in a functional and optimal state. So I believe that that the 25 to 30 year window is reasonable.
So if we take 25, 30 years, the $6 million, we're looking about $500,000 a year to have a more efficient and effective Henderson Ice Center. Is this what you're telling me?
Correct.
If we take it over the length of that time. All right.
If you spread it out over that time, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the answer. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, on to debate on the main motion. Councillor Carlson has opened. Any debate? Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I was first thinking about this project, I thought I didn't want to support it, but because I played a lot of hockey in that rink. I think going back to 1972, as a matter of fact. But and I always enjoyed that rink, and I never saw the problem with the size of the dressing rooms. But then again, that was 1972. So with all the discussion that we've had and the fact that we can make this facility last up to 20 years with the renovations, then I've changed my mind and I will support this.
Okay, thank you. I will support it. I had sticker shock when I saw the price, but I will support it at that stage. Councillor Parker?
Thank you very much. First of all, I will be strongly supporting this as well. And I appreciate the comments of my colleagues earlier. But I want to thank our staff, because that facility has come a long way. I had a young son who played hockey in there over the last few years, and I've solely seen the improvement of the painting, the lighting improvements. It looks so much better. It's come a long way, and I'm glad that we're continuing to improve this facility. So I will strongly be supporting it.
Any further comments from council? Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'd like to echo the comments of Councillor Parker. A huge shout out to Robin and your team. It is quite a difference. You're right. It's the lighting is night and day. It's been an incredible facility, and we look at 25 to 30 years at about $150 or $60,000 a year now for this when it's spread across. I think that's a fantastic investment in our community, and I know that it will be used far more than what it is now with the additional upgrades. So I will be supporting this.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will be supporting this because I think it is, we could get 25, 30 more years out of this building by investing in it, and it's certainly a very actively used structure. And I also know that whenever we do support these, that doesn't stop us from looking for other options of ways of funding things as well. Perhaps we didn't get the one grant, the community group didn't get the one grant, but that doesn't stop us from trying for more. And of course, this is also a structure that, if somebody wanted to put their name on it, there's always those kind of opportunities as well. So there's other ways of looking for funding. And so this is the max we'd be paying, and hopefully we can find ways of bringing it down, and I will be supporting this.
Okay, Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I do appreciate all the comments from my colleagues. I also appreciate us all declaring our biases. I had to walk from LCI down to Henderson very, very often to play hockey. I can still smell the dressing rooms, so hopefully this upgrade will get rid of that smell. And I also really appreciate that you've taken into account, and our staff has taken into account, the incredibly high usage of the skate park out front. I drive that, by that on a daily basis, and I see all those young folks out there, well, some of them not even that young, which is awesome, out there using it, and the fact that they will have amenities as well through this project, I think is excellent. I think a facility built in 1972 is dated. Women's hockey, females utilizing this space deserve proper facilities. So I am in support of this, and I'd call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That's unanimous, 8-0. Okay, Mr. Harper.
Just a little side note for anybody that is interested. If you've never looked at a Google image of the Henderson Ice Center, I recommend you take a look at it, an aerial view. There is a layout of an ice arena on top of Henderson Ice Center. I'm not sure who did the roofing at the time, but it's quite interesting to see that from an aerial view.
And that will remain?
Yes. Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Acting Mayor Croson?
I was just going to follow up on what Mr. Harper said. If there's any way to get a really good documented picture of that into the archives or anything, that would be great, because I think we only have Google images of it. I don't know if anybody has a picture, but that would be wonderful, because yes, it is rather an unusual thing to have on a roof.
If we have anybody that is using a drone in the area, or the city is using a drone for images, we might be able to piggyback on something like that.
Thank you. I just couldn't resist the opportunity to ask. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. I have a drone, but I'm not sure it's legal to use in the city, so. Okay. We can move along to the next project, electric bus and charging infrastructure.
Mayor Spearman,
yes.
If I might, we've discussed all along that the capital budget is one of our most important tasks, and having one of our members not be able to be here, and we're getting very near the end of the day. I'm wondering if we want to just recess now and start again tomorrow morning when all of council can be in attendance. It's just my thought.
That's an option. I didn't contemplate that anybody would be missing. The schedule was announced as 9:30 to 4:30 each day. So I do thank you for raising the point. If a councillor is unable to attend, do we recess?
I just thought I would throw it out there, Your Worship.
Okay. Before we consider the next one, the ask is $37 million. Probably a good time, the good time to have a screen check on the available funding.
Keep in mind, that's not all during our term that we're looking at.
Mayor Spearman, related to that project, the first 4 years is roughly $19.8 million. Based on the decisions to date that Economic have considered, currently in that window is 50 point almost $3 million available.
Good to do a check. We've got 50.3 million that hasn't been allocated. The first four years is over 19 million. Okay, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just in respect to the statement from the Deputy Chairman, I think if, obviously members of council have this week scheduled. However, as John Lennon once sang, life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans. I have texted Councillor Morrow to ask if there was something in particular in the near future here, perhaps we'd be dealing with today, he'd want us, to respect the request we put off. I've not heard back from him, but I would, as much as I'd like to have all of council here, I would prefer to keep plugging on. But I'll see if Councillor Morrow had something in particular that maybe we could consider tomorrow instead of today.
Okay, thank you for doing that. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I guess in light of some of the previous conversations here, regarding this asset here, or this maintaining our electric bus, or putting in electric buses and charging infrastructure, it's something over the years that Councillor Morrow it's been a pretty near and dear to his heart. Transit, I think he probably uses it more than any of us, and I'm not sure why Councillor Morrow had to leave, and that's it's whatever that case may be. I think it's important that he possibly is involved in this, but that's just my opinion. I would leave it up to the rest of the council.
Okay, this is a pretty big project, so we could defer this to tomorrow if you like. If you wanted to go on to the next one, it's a $500,000 project.
Sure.
Okay. So we have to come back to electric bus and charging infrastructure, and we'll keep going with projects maybe under $1 million and under. Or the next couple are fairly low dollar amounts. So Parks Irrigation Central Control. If we could put the resolution on the screen, it'll be similar to the other resolutions. So the resolution reads, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Plan to include the following Section D, Community Project, Parks Irrigation, Central Control, as identified on page 15 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Moved by Councillor Carlson. Are there questions? City Treasurer?
Mayor Spearman, if I may just propose a slight change to the resolution to state that this potentially could be funded if this is something council supports from the Urban Parks Reserve. Just given the specific nature of that reserve, we did not include it in available, but it could be potentially an option for this project.
Okay, so the ask is $480,000, of which 360 is in the first 4 years. Thank you for that information. Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I have a question about this project because last term we approved a project for centralized control of our irrigation system that was supposed to be able to be operated by a smartphone app so that the operators could do it from an office or from home or from their truck. Can you tell me what happened to that system that we approved and was supposedly installed?
I can't, but I'll ask Mr. Hawkins,
I'll
maybe?
Yeah, I'll defer to Mr. Ellis.
Sure. The system we're currently using was purchased, and we've been using it since probably 1990, somewhere in there. It's evolved a little bit. It started with a radio system, and they've transformed a little bit into cell phones. But it's really not set up for that. It's really a system where it leapfrogs from a central control to satellites, and communication has always been an issue with that. So we are in the process right now of evaluating a new vendor to replace that system. We don't know who it is yet. Well, we're evaluating through the rest of this year. So that system we have did require a bit of an upgrade because we had lightning knock out the whole north side. But the company that is supplying that is going out of business. So it's just the right time to switch over to system right now.
Okay, so didn't we approve this similar kind of system last term?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Actually, Councillor Miyashiro, I do recall something like that too, and we might have the same foggy memory possibly, but a question I'd have to Mr. Ellis through Mayor Spearman is when we're talking about this new system that's coming forward, and apparently we're using a remote system currently, and we're getting by with it. Is it just as you indicated, we're just upgrading to new software? Is there going to be any changes to the operating as far as staffing and the expenses that come along with that?
Through Mayor Spearman, yes, this is upgraded in its functionality, so it won't really impact staffing. But one of the things we're excited about is the ability to add more technology to the system. So weather stations, soil moisture sensors, so we can move more towards water management as opposed to irrigation. The other thing that the new system we're requiring will have much more data and reporting capabilities. So we'll have analytics, and we can make more informed decisions.
So is it if we're starting off with 125,000 125,000 2023, does that get what is the software first out, and then of course it sounds like we're going to need the software first. So any of the additional years, is that just to add on, like you had indicated, moisture sensors and some of these other things? Because if you're taking it over 4 years, will we not see the full software rolled out until the end of 2026, or is that just for additional items that we're going to be adding to this software?
Mayor Spearman, through to the question, the software will be complete. It's a centralized software. This is to connect more remote locations to be controlled by that software. So the software itself is relatively inexpensive, and we're purchasing it under irrigation operating accounts. This is to actually convert the electronics out in the field to connect to that software.
Oh, so then over the 5 years, all of it will be converted. So it's nothing to do with the software, as you indicated. Sorry if I missed that, obviously, in the description. Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the City Treasurer, you had proposed a funding source for this one. Does that affect the bottom line of what it is that we're spending here today?
No, just given the specific nature of that reserve, I did not include it in the available funding, but I'm just bringing it forward as an option.
Thank you. I would happily make that amendment then, that we identify. Did you say Parks Reserve?
Urban Parks Reserve.
Urban Parks Reserve is the funding.
I'll second it.
Sorry, who seconded that? Councillor Campbell?
Higgin.
Higgin, okay. Councillor Higgin. Okay, moved by Councillor, so there's an amendment on the floor that we move this project funding to the Urban Parks Reserve. Any questions on the amendment?
Carlson.
Go ahead.
Just a question through you to City Treasurer, and maybe you said it and I didn't hear it. How much is available in that reserve?
There's currently $3.2 million and $1 million committed.
So 2.2 million is left?
That's correct.
Excellent, thank you. And I think what we may be remembering from the previous CIP was the Nicholas Sharon irrigation. That may have been the one that we were talking about last time.
That's correct. Through our, we had $1 million project to replace the infrastructure of the irrigation system. We've done both Henderson and Nicholas Sharon. The latest was Henderson, and council's decision was that we were to do that out of life cycle. So that's correct. We did have that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor to remove this from the capital budget and take the funding from the Urban Parks Reserve. Moved by Councillor Kaufman, seconded by Councillor Higgin. Any further questions? Move on to debate. Councillor Kaufman.
None for me at this time, thank you.
Okay, any debate from councillors? I see none. Councillor Kaufman to close.
I'm actually in for debate, Mayor
Okay,
Spearman.
go ahead, Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. You know, in light of when I first saw this, I was a little perplexed when I thought that we had done this similar to what Councillor Mashur. So thank you, Councillor Carlson, for bringing that to my attention, and for Mr. Ellis for sharing what we actually did. The reason I'm supporting this is because the software, as I know, is it's going to be antiquated. If the company's out of business, it's going to have to be done at some time. Am I frustrated that this company is going out of business? Absolutely. I'm sure we all are if we don't have the continued support for that. But it's something we're going to need. I'm happy that Councillor Kaufman is brought forward the amendment to actually bring this out of the Urban Parks Reserve. I think that's a great place for funding, and it would not affect the capital. So for that reason, I will be supporting.
Okay. So the question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So that is approved 8-0 to move it from the capital budget to the Urban Parks Reserve. So we'll move on to the next project, the Urban Core Public Realm Enhancement Program.
Your Worship, I believe we just voted on the amendment. We need to vote on the entire. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I thought we were just voting on the amendment.
That's correct. The motion is amended now.
Yep. For speed, I will just call for the vote.
Okay, all in favor of the amended motion? Any opposed? Okay, that passes 8-0. Okay, now we'll move on to Urban Core Public Realm Enhancement Program. Okay, the resolution is, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that council amend the 2022 to 2031 capital improvement program to include the following Section D community project, Urban Core Public Realm Enhancement Program, as identified on page 16 of the community projects unfunded section. Moved by Vice Chair Carlson. Questions, Acting Mayor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Not that long ago, we expanded what the urban core now is. So we have an expanded geographical area of heart of our city. And I just want to confirm, if this is approved, will it be for the entire expanded area?
Who would like to answer that question?
I can take that question, Mayor Spearman. Councillor Croson, yes, that is the intent. We had a great deal of success with the budget approval in the last CIP, which was confined to the downtown area. The intent with this project would expand that area of eligibility to what we are now referring to more as the urban core. So the 13th Street North warehouse district areas, and we would likely, look at projects in consultation with those neighborhoods, much like we do with the heart of our city in the downtown.
Okay, because I know those areas have been asking for some help. Thank you for that, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm just wondering if this particular project has the same sort of consideration to it that we did with the playground parks asset management as well, where we have assets in the downtown core that require refurbishment, filling in, replacing, whatever the case may be. Is this one as well that we wish to move to operating budget? I see that it's not ongoing, but is there consideration of this being ongoing? And I don't know if Mr. Malcolm wants to answer that first part, because maybe that makes a difference in how we approach it.
I will take a go at this, and then I'll maybe rely on Director Hawkins to step in from an infrastructure perspective. There are certain items that we would look to fund through this that are probably more along the lines of an ongoing replacement, and I would refer to like garbage cans and benches and street lighting for those aspects. However, there's a more significant piece that we've looked to incorporate, which is kind of gaps in our larger infrastructure projects. And that would be, alongside of a private redevelopment when the entirety of the sidewalk has to be redone and is advantageous to do so along with a private redevelopment. That is probably doesn't fall within an operating cost type of item. And so I think there's a bit of a mixed bag here, and it's probably more along the capital expense than it is the operating, which is why I believe it is here. But I'll look to Director Hawkins to maybe add anything to that.
Yeah, just to further to Mr. Malcolm's explanation, as I understand the scope of this project, it is heavily weighted to true enhancements. So it isn't life cycle work or asset management in the traditional sense, but rather enhancing the infrastructure and bringing it up to a higher level of standard, a higher level of service. And so that, from that perspective, that's why it's identified in the capital program, and it's identified as because it's essentially a new program, why it's being identified more on a one-time basis at this particular point. I think what we want to do in the context of this program and this budget cycle is to pilot these enhancements before we would suggest that this become an ongoing program down the line. And so that's been the approach, I believe, that we've taken.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on this project? Okay, we can move on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I do support this project. I believe a lot of this information came out of the Pratt study, the public realm and transportation, I believe it was called. I was sitting on the heart of the city at that time when the study was done. I think we've done a lot of good investments so far in our urban core, and I think we shouldn't be stopping now. So I will be fully in support of this.
Okay. Anybody else in for debate? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. You know, as I'm looking through this and realizing of the approval at our last CIP for downtown, I appreciate the fact that this is going out to the rest of the urban core, and so we do get questions quite often on this. One concern I do have is that I'm sure we all know we're kind of in the middle of this pandemic, and I'm looking at the dollars here that we've got. I'm looking at the multitude of projects that we still have coming forward, and as much as if we were not in a pandemic like we were in, I think I would wholeheartedly support this. But at this time, I struggle with that, spending $2 million on this, and so for that reason, at this time, I just can't support it.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. The reason I will be supporting this is actually plays on what Councillor Higgins said, but I see it slightly differently. I love the statement here that the funds may be leveraged to support strategic private investment to stimulate economic growth and achieve broader redevelopment outcomes in the key urban core center. Because that's what I love about this. This is about using city money, taxpayers' money, money that is coming from the community, as seed money to encourage other development. And that's one of the reasons we have looked to expand what the heart of our city is we know there are places that just need a little bit of support to be completely redeveloped, and this will be part of that. And I actually believe, and if you look at what's coming out of the economic stuff coming out of the states, etc., one of the things we see when we come out of a pandemic, when we come out of recovery, we know people have money in the put away in the bank accounts, etc. There's money out there, not for everybody, for some areas. And if we can seed it, if we can use this to leverage, I think we will see amazing growth in some of these areas. So I will support this. Thank you for this. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. I too will support it. I think it is an incentive. I think it triggers matching investment. I think small businesses in our city need the support. The beneficiaries are almost exclusively small businesses, and for that reason, I will support this. Anyone else wish to debate? I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Nothing further, Your Worship. I call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And any opposed? Councillor Higgin?
I think my colleagues' debate swayed my mind, so thank you. I will be in support.
Okay, so it's 8-0. It's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Okay, so do we want to do the next one? It's $375,000, new Indigenous placemaking strategy. Council will wait for the resolution to appear. Okay, resolution is be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D. Community Project Indigenous Placemaking Strategy as identified on page 17 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask if there's any questions from my colleagues.
I would ask a question. I'm just looking at the dollars. Is this something that we would normally consider to be a capital project? What physical asset will we have at the end?
I can answer that question, Mayor Spearman.
Okay.
This is intended to be a two-part project. The first part is to work with a consultant to do some community engagement to identify opportunities around the community, whether that's in neighborhoods, parks, facilities, to better reflect Indigenous culture in those spaces. That's the first component. And then the second component is actually deliver on those through construction capital projects. We don't exactly know what that looks like, but in the presentation I gave several months ago, we provided some ideas, plaques, public art type installations, territory acknowledgements, other collaborative projects, as we've seen in the past, that Indigenous Relations has partnered with other business units at the city to deliver, such as the Oki sign or some forthcoming partnership work with the Public Art Committee.
Okay, thank you. And this funding can't come out of an operational budget anywhere.
Perhaps I can defer that to Ms. Pinkson, but there is no operating budget for Indigenous Relations.
Thank you.
Mayor Spearman, we would have to kind of see where we end up at the end of the year in terms of surpluses and allocate it from various departments, if that's the will of council.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from councillors? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will be supporting this. I do look at it as sort of a bit of a planning exercise, which we do often include in our capital budget. It's basically a planning exercise to set future council and their work on reconciliation up for success in the next capital improvement plan, should some strategies and projects be identified through this. I think it'll enhance our work with our neighbors on the Blood Reserve, and I would ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Even though I can appreciate the fact and the thoughts behind this, I just don't think this fits within the CIP deliberations, and for that reason, I will not be supporting it.
Okay, any further debate? I will support the project in the spirit of reconciliation. I think we need to have tangible examples of progress, and this is one way we can do it. So I will be supporting this resolution. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As for my previous colleague, Councillor Parker, I truly support this this project going forward, but I do not believe it's should be included in the CIP. I think that if we find out at the end of this year where some of the additional funding is from, I think we can allocate some of that funding to this. And I think it's important to have, but I just don't believe it's in the CIP. So for that reason, I will not be supporting.
Any other councillors wish to speak? Okay. Councillor
Mayor Chairman, we definitely need to support this. We already have RLAC. We have we have the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls work plan. We have the reconciliation and implementation plan. We're building the flagpoles to honor the Blackfoot territory. It's time we did this kind of work, and it's time we made this work core to everything we do at the city of Lethbridge. So I want my colleagues to support this.
Okay, thank you. Would any other member of council like to speak? Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I do appreciate the debate and the questions. I agree with my colleague that we do have to move forward with this. When we approved Oki as our official greeting. It got a lot of excitement out there, and I think if we get this strategy in place and start approving some projects, or future council starts approving some projects, it will enhance our cachet, I guess, as we bring folks to Lethbridge and we greet them with Oki and we show off some of that culture and history that we have here, and it's so rich. So I do hope my colleagues support this. And with that, I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
And Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
6-2, that carries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 4:25. The next project is the Fire Hall 3. I'm going to recommend that we recess for today, and we'll start tomorrow with the electric busing project and proceed to Fire Hall number 3. Is council in concurrence that we recess for today?
Perhaps we could do sort of a tradition at the end, is sort of look where we're at. Have Miss Pinkson show us the magic slide. All I'm getting is Mark Campbell's face, but Mark.
Sorry.
Yeah, all right.
What am I worth?
Are you deputy mayor now, Mark?
Yes.
I'm gonna write that down.
We could have the number displayed tonight and then have it displayed at the beginning tomorrow as well, just to see if it's different.
Mayor Spearman, this is based on the decisions that Economic SBC has made to date. Available funding in the 2022 to 2025 bucket is roughly $47.9 million. That's unallocated, and that has an operating impact of 0.21% in the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. That would be 0.21% per year for 4 years.
Thank you very much. So memorize those numbers.
Yeah, take a picture. Ms. Pinkson, when we began, we were already at a 0.19 operating, correct? Or maybe not.
It was, yeah, I think that's correct. I'm just gonna double check here.
My original screenshot says 0.19, so yes.
Okay. So we have added 0.012 pressure.
Yes, 0.19% was correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Pinkson.
Okay. Thank you, councillors. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Mayor Spearman,
Yep.
Mayor Spearman, just before we do recess, just for process tomorrow, I do note that projects 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 are all the city hub projects, and I'm not sure if we want to just consider, and this is sort of preparation for staff, consider them as one. I don't see any wisdom in debating them all individually. Put them together as one particular motion, unless there is huge operational consequence to considering them all together. I just don't know if staff at the clerk's office want to ponder that for tomorrow.
Okay, we would have to make a motion to do that, but administration has now been alerted to be prepared for that in the morning, and so yes. Might be a way of efficiently dealing with that, and I welcome that suggestion. So, thank you for that.
I see Mr. Dalton's face, so maybe he's got something he wants to add to that.
It's Mr. Dalton.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say that we'll consider that and be ready. I know that it's not a package deal with those projects. There are some that are more central to CityLink than others, but we'll definitely think about how to present those in the most efficient way for council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening, councillors. I look forward to meeting with you again at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.